Chapter 168, God-Ranked Expert. Yi Feng had previously killed over 20 players in a single move. The frightening damage that he dealt that was over -1,000 points completely shocked all of the surrounding onlookers, and now, Yi Feng had appeared right behind Unstable Devastation. Unstable Devastation was both shocked and angered. Indeed, he did not know how Ironsword Lion had died. However, the current Yi Feng was far more powerful than he imagined. Yi Feng's strength exceeded his previous estimates. If he received an attack from Yi Feng right now, he would unquestioningly die. Unstable Devastation almost instinctively used one of his life-saving skills. He dashed forth, unhindered, then leaped high into the air. He was currently immune to all restricting effects, and by the time he landed, he was already 20 yards from his original location. Shi Feng merely smiled at Unstable Devastation's reaction. With his current reaction speed and powerful attributes, it would be an extremely easy task to destroy Unstable Devastation. Or, speaking from another perspective, Unstable Devastation had zero chances of retaliation. However, since Unstable Devastation dared to make enemies with him, the Martial Union player needed to prepare to enter hell. It would be too good of an ending if he allowed Unstable Devastation to die, just like that. He wanted Unstable Devastation to feel despair in front of absolute strength and then die. Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights, block him. Elementalists, use Ice Spheres. Focus all attacks and eliminate him. Before Unstable Devastation even landed on the ground, he calmly gave out commands. Reacting quickly, the Shield Warriors and Berserkers immediately used Charge at Shi Feng. Seeing that more than 10 warriors charged at Shi Feng and were about to stun him, Shi Feng abruptly leaped up, the abyssal blade carrying with it the power of thunder and lightning as he landed. Boom! A wave of thunder and fire devoured all of the warriors. Even the highest-leveled Shield Warrior could not react in time and activate Shield Wall before Shi Feng's Thunder Flame explosion devoured him. The Shield Warrior received a critical hit of over -1,700 damage, dying instantly. However, even a normal hit of more than -800 damage was enough to critically slash a level 9 Shield Warrior's HP, not to mention the Berserkers with less HP and defense. They all died in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a pile of equipment. The remaining survivors were all level 8 Shield Warriors. They were the fortunate ones, spared from a critical hit. However, even though they were alive, they suffered a fainted state for 4 seconds. When the players from Martial Union witnessed this scene, they all stared in shock. Previously, it was no big deal when Shi Feng had instant-killed those crippled level 5 to level 6 players. However, the players he had just killed were no random Tom, Dick, or Harry. They were all level 8 or level 9 elites of Martial Union. Healers, quickly heal them. Ranged players, attack with everything you've got. Only now was Unstable Devastation aware of how formidable Shi Feng was. His monster-like attack power could even instantly kill a Shield Warrior that boasted the highest defense amongst all classes. No one present could defend against his attacks. Fortunately, they had the advantage of numbers. They could exhaust Shi Feng to death. Immediately after several heals landed on a Shield Warrior, pulling his HP back up to half, another of Shi Feng's slashes landed on the Shield Warrior's HP. A huge damage of over -700 points appeared above the Shield Warrior's head, his HP plummeting to 0, his body fell to the ground. Following which, with every slash of his sword, Shi Feng culled the lives of the surviving Shield Warriors. Even if the Shield Warriors possessed the defense of heavy armor and passive skills that reduced the damage they received, every one of Shi Feng's casual attack caused around -300 damage. The healers could not maintain the Shield Warriors' HPs at all. As for the Berserkers without heavy armor, a single sword strike dealt them over -400 damage. Very quickly, the remaining Shield Warriors lay flat on the ground. At this moment, the Guardian Knights all activated Protection Blessing as they rushed forward. Meanwhile, the mages behind them shot out streak after streak of magic. Fireballs and ice spheres flew at Shifeng, one after another. Shifeng activated wind steps, avoiding more than half of the ranged attacks. Immediately after, he rushed after Unstable Devastation. Although Shifeng dodged more than half of the spells, there were still a few occasional spells that hit him. However, the damage these spells dealt nearly dazzled the backline mages. Even when blasting a level 9 MT, skills such as the Flame Explosion and Great Fireball could deal over 100 damage. However, none of them had actually dealt more than 20 damage to Shifeng. The highest damage was only -15 points, while a majority of the spells only dealt single digits. To Shifeng, who possessed over 1,500 HP, these spells simply tickled. Shifeng's automatic recovery alone regenerated 30 HP for him every 5 seconds. This indicated that, even if Shifeng received the ice and flame magic attacks from a normal level 7 or level 8 elementalist, Shifeng would not die, even if he did nothing. Shifeng's was currently level 13, and these mages had no idea. Shifeng also had 20 points in both fire-type and ice-type resistance. Even without the level suppression of 4 or more levels, their damage to Shifeng would not exceed 40 points. There were many mages on Martial Union's side. However, their damages were too pitiful to watch. Standing behind Shifeng, Drowsy Sloth and Violet Cloud merely used one heal each, and within an instant, Shifeng's HP was already back to full. Faced with another wave of melee classes charging at him, Shifeng activated Dark Violet Dance, using the 12-yard cone attack. Taking a step forward, Shifeng instantly circled the Guardian Knights, and like a ferocious lion, he pounced on the other melee classes. Before one of the swordsmen could even use parry, Shifeng's sword sent him flying. The swordsman died in mid-flight, dropping a piece of equipment as his body disappeared. To Shifeng, these swordsmen and assassins' attempts to block him were meaningless. With a single earth splitter, more than 10 players lost their lives. Shifeng's attacks were all one-hit kills. With over 100 points in strength, he could snap a common weapon in half with his bare hands. As for the current Shifeng, who held the Abyssal Blade and Silver Lake in each hand, a simple slash from either weapon could easily send the assassins and swordsmen flying and greatly damage their weapons. For some who reacted slower and failed to block Shifeng's attacks, they died under a single slash. Not only did their defensive equipment's durability greatly decrease, but they also dropped a level and lost a piece of equipment. However, this was all, there was still the cleaving effect. Before the players behind could make sense of things, they lost close to half of their total HP, and in the next moment, even that remaining half vanished. As a result, a group of players lay dead on the ground after meeting their inexplicable demise. Within a short 5 seconds, Martial Union lost over a dozen elite members and several dozen average members. Shifeng was like the god of death that caused people's hearts to shudder. Meanwhile, Unstable Devastation stood only several meters away from that frightening god of death. Shifeng's chilling gaze landed on Unstable Devastation, the intent he radiated sent a chill down the surrounding Martial Union players' backs. Just looking into Shifeng's cold eyes caused them to retreat backward inadvertently. Everyone, block him for me. Even when bombarded with so many spells and sieged on all sides by so many players, Shifeng still walked forth, step after step, leaving behind a massacre as he advanced. It was the first time Unstable Devastation felt such a deep-seated fear. To Unstable Devastation, Shifeng was no longer a player, but a devil. There was also the tangible killing intent that surrounded Shifeng. Although Unstable Devastation knew that this was only a game, the realistic effects of virtual reality caused Unstable Devastation to forget that this was just a virtual world completely. He had even forgotten how many elites of Martial Union had died and how grave losses were to Martial Union. The only thing Unstable Devastation knew was that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. If he did not escape immediately, only death awaited him. Immediately, Unstable Devastation activated a speed scroll. He then turned and ran. Shifeng simply smiled at Unstable Devastation attempt to escape. With a single wind blade, his sword pierced towards Unstable Devastation's back. Unstable Devastation spun around, firing an arrow from his bow in an attempt to hold Shifeng back. However, he immediately discovered that Shifeng was truly too frightening. Shifeng's pitch-black abyssal blade easily split the arrow, and in the blink of an eye, Shifeng arrived in front of him. A silver glow pierced his heart, and immediately after, another black glow slashed across his neck. Unable to stop his HP from madly decreasing, his HP reached 0 in an instant. Even until death, Unstable Devastation wore a stupefied expression. The others from Martial Union were similarly shocked as they witnessed this sight. Unstable Devastation was one of the big bosses of Martial Union. He was also a level 9 ranger. Yet, when facing Yifeng, he had no power to retaliate at all. Just how strong was this Yifeng? Shifeng noticed a secret silver-ranked longbow dropping after Unstable Devastation's death. He casually picked up the longbow and placed it in his bag. He then turned to look at the other members of Martial Union. Although Shifeng did not take any action, only sending them a glance, his might had already deeply engraved into their minds. The members of Martial Union all halted their actions, inadvertently backing off. They all revealed fearful expressions as they looked at Shifeng. Why hadn't the town guards arrived yet? This thought suddenly appeared in their minds. They felt that only the guards could protect them from Shifeng's attacks. However, from the moment Shifeng began his assault to the moment Unstable Devastation died, only a brief 8 or 9 seconds had passed. Even if the town guards hurried over, they would need at least 10 minutes before they arrived. Faced with the members of Martial Union who dared not move, Shifeng only swept a glance at them. He did not rush up and kill them. The cooldown for most of his skills had almost finished. Although he could kill a sizable chunk of Martial Union if he continued his spree, he would run the risk of paying with his and his teammates' lives, and this was not an ending that he wished to see. Meanwhile, Shifeng's actions had caused plenty of the surrounding onlookers to become tongue-tied. A single glance from Shifeng was enough to petrify the hundreds of players from Martial Union. This power was just too frightening. Just who is this guy? Is he a god-ranked expert? The onlooking players were both curious and shocked as they watched Shifeng. He had single-handedly faced off against several hundred players and even managed to kill tens of players without receiving any damage. Even a god-ranked expert was not capable of such a feat. After some time, the town guards finally arrived. The guards are here. We're saved. Seeing dozens of guards in silver heavy armor rushing over, the members of Martial Union sighed in relief. Chapter 169, The Most Awesome Red Name. At this moment, thousands of players surrounded the fountain plaza of Red Leaf Town. Due to the increase of new players in God's domain, Red Leaf Town had become the most prosperous town among the few surrounding towns. The player count in Red Leaf Town was already close to 20,000. Hence, the scene of Martial Union suddenly chasing away all the players from the town's fountain plaza would naturally attract the attention of other players. Curiosity would grow over the disturbance. This wasn't limited to independent players, even the other large guilds had sent players over to investigate what Martial Union was up to. When all these players arrived, they discovered that Martial Union currently attempted to carry out a vendetta against an independent player. Moreover, they did so right in the middle of Red Leaf Town. However, Red Leaf Town possessed a protective mechanism for players. If they started a battle here, the town guards would definitely appear. Not only would they kill red players on the spot, but they would also jail them upon revival. No matter how one looked at it, killing someone in town was unwise. Both sides would only suffer losses. At this stage of the game, no matter how many players one had on their side, they still would not dare provoke the town guards. Every player clearly understood how powerful these guards were. As these guards would normally patrol around the town, players could easily find one and observe their statistics. The normal guards alone were level 60, while the guard captain was a level 80 elite. It would not matter how many players went up against them, any who resisted would only meet their demise. To put it another way, the current players in God's domain had no abilities whatsoever to retaliate against the town guards. However, nobody would have imagined that someone would actually take action. Moreover, the one who took action was that independent player. Originally, everyone thought that the independent player was fated to die. In spite of that, the results exceeded everyone's expectations. One man alone had massacred the players from Martial Union, instilling a paralyzing fear. This feat was too heaven-defying. Unfortunately, even if that independent player were powerful, he would still die at the hands of the town guards. Who told them to start a fight right in the middle of town? The town guards that hurried over had surrounded the fountain plaza, detaining all of the players involved in causing this ruckus. Big Brother Yifeng, I'm sorry. It's my fault for dragging you into this mess. Fire Dance apologized as she walked over. Shifeng's character name had begun to turn black due to the high intensity of the red color. Just looking at it caused one to shudder. Including her past companions, Shifeng had killed more than 100 players during this battle. With this crime value, if Shifeng died, he would lose at least 7 levels. Meanwhile, the town guards had them surrounded. The guards would kill all red players, leaving Shifeng no chance to escape. This was still not the most important point. After the guards killed him, Shifeng would immediately revive in jail, and his crime value would determine the duration of his imprisonment. With Shifeng's crime value, he would be locked up for around a week before he could clear away his crime value. The players of Martial Union watched Shifeng with ridiculing expressions. Although they, too, would receive punishment, compared to Shifeng, theirs would significantly pale in comparison. Relax, Shifeng laughed. Cola and the others had smiles on their faces. It was especially true for Violet Cloud. This was not the first time she had experienced such a situation. Martial Union had also caused the previous incident she encountered. She would have never imagined that history would repeat itself. The reactions of Shifeng's teammates confused Fire Dance and Water Buffalo. Why, as teammates, were Cola and the others not worried for Shifeng one little bit? Big Sister Fire Dance, you should relax. Our leader isn't an ordinary person, Violet Cloud giggled as she spoke. The moment Violet Cloud finished speaking, a guard, donned with silvery gray-colored heavy armor, walked up. Esteemed Lord Demon Hunter, we meet again. How may I be of service to you this time? The guard captain was all smiles as he greeted Shifeng respectfully. Compared to the last meeting, Shifeng's current reputation was much higher. Hence, the guard captain spoke to Shifeng with even more respect. Although Shifeng and his teammates felt that the guard captain's actions were only natural, this scene shocked the other onlookers. It was especially true for the members of Martial Union. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. Shifeng was clearly a devil of massacre, yet, instead of quickly killing him, the guard captain spoke to him with such regard. What was going on in this world? Isn't that person Yifeng? I remember him. Last time, he killed the members of Martial Union right in front of the guards. In the end, he got away with simply paying a small sum of money. I was dumbfounded at that time, but later on, I found out that if a player became a noble, they gained special privileges. Even if he killed players right in front of the guards, he would not receive any sort of punishment. At worst, he would have to pay a small compensation fee. How could Martial Union be so forgetful this time? They still dare to take action against Yifeng inside of Red Leaf Town. Don't they know that Yifeng is a noble of Red Leaf Town? How foolish could they get? You might not know this, but the Martial Union in Red Leaf Town has already changed. The previous members have long since left the guild, and Unstable Devastation is the new leader. Right now, the members of Martial Union are all players called in from other towns. A large majority of them also consist of newcomers, so they have no idea about this matter at all. Some of the players aware of the previous incident simply shook their heads while laughing. They felt that martial union, as a guild, was truly beyond salvation. At the very least, before they tried to deal with Yifeng, they should have investigated and tried to understand more about him. Regardless of what others said, Yifeng was one of the few players who managed to clear the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. Hearing the explanation from these knowledgeable players, the faces of everyone from Martial Union turned grim. Only now did they know why Yifeng behaved so calmly. However, now that matters had reached this point, they could only glare at him, their gazes full of reluctance. Esteemed Lord Guard Captain, this isn't the first time these people from Martial Union have provoked me in town. I wonder if there is any way to prevent such incidents from happening in the future. Yifeng asked with a smile. Esteemed Lord Demon Hunter, since this guild called Martial Union has a record of past offense, with my lord's high status, you can employ your rights to chase this guild out of Red Leaf Town. However, you will have to pay a fixed amount of reputation to utilize this right. What will my lord decide? The guard captain stated. Originally, Yifeng simply inquired. After all, without a definite degree of status, he could not employ such a right. However, he never imagined that a demon hunter would have such a high social status. Hence, he asked, how much do I have to pay? Since Martial Union does not possess any members of nobility in Red Leaf Town, my lord only needs to pay 100 Red Leaf Town reputation points, the guard captain said. I understand. Yifeng only had 130 Red Leaf Town reputation points right now. However, spending 100 points as a precautionary measure was nothing of significance. He had the Demon Hunter title in any case, he would be a noble wherever he went, and he did not lack such a small amount of reputation points. I wish to employ this right. System, you have used your special privileges, reputation in Red Leaf Town reduced by 100 points. Red Leaf Town will deport all members of Martial Union. As you wish, esteemed Lord Demon Hunter. Immediately, the guard captain gave out the deportation order to his subordinates. However, all members of Martial Union currently in the Fountain Plaza would first sit in jail for 3 hours before their removal from Red Leaf Town. As for the other members of Martial Union, the guards would immediately exorcise them from town, and any who resist would be immediately killed. Simultaneously, all members of Martial Union within Red Leaf Town received the deportation notice. The notice stunned every one of them, and even Unstable Devastation, who just revived with a stomach full of anger, was dumbfounded. He had already given up on his plan to develop Martial Union in 5 different towns, and after much difficulty, he only just managed to solidify Martial Union's foundation in Red Leaf Town. Just as he was about to welcome a bright future, that future shattered. How could this be? Just what happened? Unstable Devastation's mental state was a mess right now. Everything had happened far too quickly for him to react. He had wasted so much manpower, resources, and a great amount of time, yet it all had gone to waste. Just who was this Yifeng? Why did he possess such great authority? How could a red player have the authority to deport an entire guild from a town? For a time, countless questions darted through Unstable Devastation's mind. However, regardless of how hard he racked his brain, he could not think of any way to deal with this matter. He also could not change the fact that they were being deported. He could only watch as guards walked up to him, intending to chase him out of Red Leaf Town. Everyone had sentimental attachments for their homeland. If they suddenly moved, within a short time, they could not adapt to the new location. It was even more so for average players. They would not suddenly accept having to leave the location with which they were most familiar. Thus, they all promptly chose to leave Martial Union instead. For a time, the member count of Martial Union frantically decreased. Only a few moments had passed since the deportation started, and the member count had already dropped below 500. The majority of the members who stayed mostly consisted of the members that Unstable Devastation had originally brought over from other towns. Hence, they did not choose to leave the guild immediately. However, leaving for another town now would greatly impact their leveling speed. As a result, the guild's development would stagnate for a long period. The loss they incurred was simply immeasurable. Watching the town guards deport the members of Martial Union, the onlooking players were at a loss. They were shocked into speechlessness. Just what was happening here? Could that red player be the new mayor of Red Leaf Town? However, compared to Martial Union's exorcism, the members of other guilds concerned themselves with another matter. Boss, I've discovered big news here. Look at the recording I just sent to you. Vice Leader, I discovered another God-ranked expert. Big bro, something big happened in Red Leaf Town. Someone in the Fountain Plaza has flipped over Martial Union's several hundred players by himself, and even the guards could do nothing against him. The members of various large guilds started contacting the upper echelons of their guilds. They intended to report this unbelievable incident, letting the upper echelons determining their next move. Originally, these upper echelons refused to believe the reports. However, after watching the irrefutable evidence, they were all greatly shocked. Could a single player be so strong? Shi Feng had killed a level 9 shield warrior in a single hit. Moreover, they were very familiar with this shield warrior. He was Cold Mountain Fighting Spirit, the core MT of Martial Union's elite team, and he was fully geared with mysterious iron equipment. Yet, he still died from a single hit. Xuanzi, listen up. You must keep an eye on him. I'll hurry over there now. For such a God-ranked expert to actually be an independent player, we must recruit him. Remember, you absolutely cannot provoke him. If any problems occur, it'll all be on your head. Undefeated Wolf, the vice leader of the third-rate guild, Heaven's Crown, said sternly. Boss, rest assured, I'll keep an eye on him. I will not let him out of my sight. At this moment, the upper echelons of the various large guilds had made a similar decision, to recruit Shi Feng into their guilds, no matter what it took. One could no longer use the normal standard to judge a great expert like Shi Feng. He was a tactical ranked expert that could single-handedly decide the results of a team battle. If they could recruit him, be it team dungeons or fighting field bosses, he would have a decisive role. Chapter 170, Famous. After the guard captain respectfully left, Fire Dance finally understood why her new teammates were not concerned one bit for Shi Feng. However, more questions tumbled through her mind now. Just who was Shi Feng? Standing by the side, Water Buffalo finally managed to shut his hanging jaw. There was a saying commonly used in virtual reality games, a team's achievements depended on their leader. Right now, even the guard captain treated Shi Feng with such respect. With a team leader like Shi Feng, just to what heights would he lead them? In God's domain, gaming experts like Shi Feng were definitely highly sought after characters. With a simple word from Shi Feng, countless large guilds would be willing to offer a high price to recruit him into their guilds, even first-rate guilds were no exception. Water Buffalo never imagined that Shi Feng would form his own team instead. Meanwhile, the players who joined such a team would become the envy of others. Previously, the main reason Water Buffalo willingly joined Shi Feng's team was his trust in Fire Dance. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was, more or less, an expert herself. As for Water Buffalo, he had his own hero's dream, and he only joined Fire Dance's team to learn various techniques from her. Since the beginning, this was the first time Water Buffalo truly felt fortunate for being able to join Shi Feng's team. However, it was not due to Shi Feng's terrifying attack power. Instead, it was because of the techniques Shi Feng displayed during battle. Be it dodging, angles to attack, timing, or a confident grasp of the surrounding terrain, Shi Feng was extremely precise with all of these aspects. Otherwise, Shi Feng could not have made fools out of Martial Union. Moreover, Shi Feng was a righteous person. Regarding potential, Shi Feng stood at the apex of the virtual gaming world. If Water Buffalo could learn even a little from this new team leader of his, he would have no troubles with becoming a normal expert. If he followed Shifeng's guidance, he might even set foot in the unreachable world of top-tier experts. Ugh, there's too many people here. Let's go to a restaurant with fewer people before we continue our discussion. Shifeng surveyed his surroundings, discovering that there were over 300 or 400 players staring fervently at him. This was not a suitable place to speak about his future plans. Kola and the others nodded, they could no longer endure the countless stares either. These gazes all belonged to independent players that wished to join their team. Among them, there were plenty who were level 7 or level 8. There were even quite a few wealthy players who offered tens of thousands of credits in exchange for power leveling, or in some cases, assistance with their quests. There were also plenty of good-looking female players running up, asking to become friends. That aroused the envy of many male players. However, they were helpless in the face of Shifeng's ferocity. Shifeng was like a hero from ancient times. In this day and age, men who possessed powerful techniques were very attractive to beautiful women, not to mention a god-ranked expert like Shifeng. However, something more amazing occurred simultaneously. The various large guilds in Red Leaf Town flooded Shifeng with communication requests, wishing to chat with him. He rejected them all. Sister Fire Dance, you have to strive harder. This is a great chance for you right now. In the future, as leader's popularity grows larger and larger, who knows, there might be even more powerful beauties joining the team. Water Buffalo nudged Fire Dance, laughing quietly. Scram! Who said that I wanted to become Big Brother Yifeng's girlfriend? Fire Dance stuttered, a light blush suddenly appearing on her cheeks. Atop a hill, outside Red Leaf Town, hundreds of Martial Union's members gathered. They could only observe Red Leaf Town from the hilltop, not daring to go near the town. Despicable. Despicable. That damnable Yifeng. All my plans have been ruined now because of him. Unstable Devastation coldly glared at Red Leaf Town, his heart burning with anger. Previously, he had looked down upon Shifeng. He merely thought of Shifeng as a vagabond expert. How powerful could he be? Only now did he realize the crux of the problem. Shifeng was no ordinary expert. As proven, he was even capable of deporting their entire guild. If Unstable Devastation had known of this matter earlier, he would not have taken such a foolish action. Yifeng, you will only enjoy this glory for the moment. Very quickly, the footage that will ruin you will dominate the official forums. When that time arrives, everyone will condemn you. Although I can't kill you, it will be enough if I can annoy you to death. We'll see if you can establish your own team with your reputation in tatters. Without a team, a person's strength is limited. When we enter White River City, I'll deal with you slowly. I don't believe that you can deport Martial Union from White River City as well. Unstable Devastation laughed contemptuously. He then uploaded the footage he recorded to the official forums, and while doing so, he instructed his subordinates to hype things up. To save his own life, Shifeng slaughtered his own companions. Sooner or later, Shifeng's name would fall into ruin. Who would dare team up with such a person then? Inside a restaurant in Red Leaf Town, Shifeng finally managed to break away from all the pestering that had overwhelmed him. Nobody could disturb him inside a private room. After spending more than 10 minutes discussing and arranging the necessary tasks for Kola and the others, just as they were about to take action. Leader, as expected, that Unstable Devastation has retaliated. Right now, a video has appeared on the official forums. The post also stated that, in order to save your own life, you willingly killed your own companions, extremely despicable. There are also plenty of people slandering you below the post, Kola said. Fire Dance and the others took a look at the post as well. God-ranked expert is a despicable little man. Proof available. Immediately, the team's expressions turned livid. They did not imagine that their former companions would behave so shamelessly. They actually stood up to accuse Shifeng. They had clearly received Shifeng's reward, yet, they worded it as if they had only attacked Martial Union because of their friendship with Shifeng. After they realized their wrongdoings, when they tried to denounce Shifeng, he killed them all. Such a treacherous little man did not deserve to be called an expert. However, as Shifeng was too strong, and they were only a group of weaklings, they were powerless to seek justice. They could denounce Shifeng online. The proof lay in their previous leader, Fire Dance, joining Shifeng's current team. It was irrefutable, solid proof that Shifeng could not challenge. Shifeng was originally very famous throughout White River City. Not only did he clear the hell mode of a team dungeon, but he also enjoyed an indistinct relationship with the Snow Goddess, becoming the envy of others. Now that a scandal about him surfaced, in addition to the post being extremely one-sided, Shifeng became everyone's target. All kinds of curses were written in response to the post. Some of Shifeng's previous supporters also voiced their shock at Shifeng's hideous behavior, exclaiming their bad judgment from before. Instantly, this post became the most viewed topic in White River City. Its view count soared, far surpassing the post made during the war between Black Flame and Hammer Trading. Leader, let's start a counterattack right now. Cola could no longer endure this travesty. Unstable devastation was simply too despicable. He had failed to defeat Shifeng in an upright battle, so, he retaliated from the shadows, slandering Shifeng's reputation. Although Shifeng did not suffer any substantial losses, he still needed to establish his own guild in the future. Those players blinded by this matter would certainly not join a guild with such a leader. How were they supposed to develop their guild? How could they compete with those large guilds? Ha ha ha. It is truly well said, with both proof and logic. I'm so touched, I'm tearing up. Shifeng could not help but laugh after seeing the post. Shifeng had seen such tactics countless times in his past life. Among them, Unstable Devastation had used such tactics more than a dozen times to deal a hit to his enemies. Shifeng could not help but admit that the tactic was indeed effective. However, so what? Unstable Devastation was the same as in the past. In the end, he could still not become the guild leader of Martial Union, and his strength in the later stages of the game was even weaker than Ironsword Lion by several stages. In front of absolute strength, all minor tricks were pointless. Alright, everyone's dismissed. Go to the Silent Swamp and meet up with Blackie in Lonely Snow. Also, take these 2 group isolation scrolls. Find a place inside of town to use these, then leave town and head for the Silent Swamp. Shifeng took out 2 Tier 1 group isolation magic scrolls, handing them to Fire Dance and Cola. The group isolation scroll allowed players to enter stealth mode and increased movement speed by 10%. It could only be used in a non-combative state, and it had a duration of half an hour. The stealth effect would break when players entered combat. With this item, Cola and the others could easily meet up with Blackie while avoiding surveillance. The group departed from the restaurant. Meanwhile, Shifeng headed towards Red Leaf Town's town hall by himself. Unstable Devastation, I'll teach you, right now, that, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, in front of absolute strength, it is all meaningless. Shifeng smiled as he closed the official forums. He then entered the tightly guarded town hall. Chapter 171, Underworld Guard. Red Leaf Town, Slums, the Enchanted Bar. It was currently daytime in God's domain. A majority of the players were all out in the fields, leveling up, so there were very few players currently in the bar. However, there were currently over 10 men geared with high-level equipment sitting in the corner of the bar. A murderous air surrounded these 10+ men, and each of them possessed a sharp gaze similar to that of a poisonous snake, causing the hairs of others to stand on end. The presence of these men kept other players a respectful distance from them, chasing them from the bar, one after another. Hence, aside from the NPCs present, only these 10+ men remained within. There was a man with thick eyebrows who sat at the outermost edge of these players. He was a former captain of Martial Union, Ironsword Lion. At this moment, Ironsword Lion did not wear the guild emblem of Martial Union, signifying that he was no longer one of Martial Union's men. Ironsword, you've done well this time. It is only thanks to you that unstable devastation has done as I wished. Once we return, I'll give you credit for your efforts. As long as you continue working hard, sooner or later, you can be the same as Absolute Heaven, an outer member of Underworld, seated at the head of the table. South Wolf praised Ironsword Lion. Thank you, Lord South Wolf, for your support. I will definitely give my utmost to complete all tasks given by the organization. Ironsword Lion respectfully said, his face filled with extreme excitement. Ever since Absolute Heaven had recommended him to South Wolf, Ironsword Lion discovered that his previous self was a frog in a well. His past self did not truly know how deep the waters of God's domain were. The interests involved in God's domain were simply too big for him to comprehend. If it were not for him coming into contact with a mysterious organization like Underworld, he would not know about this huge secret at all. Ironsword Lion was immediately stunned when he found out about this secret. He even thought that he had heard wrong. It took him more than 10 minutes before he could accept this chilling secret. He celebrated the fact that he could gain the favor of Underworld, leaving behind the worthless Martial Union. God's domain was not a place in which unrated guilds like Martial Union could play around. Even third-rate guilds could be annihilated at any time. Only those second-rate guilds or above, which possessed a strong background, could qualify to compete for authority in God's domain. If Ironsword Lion could become an outer member of Underworld, he could live a carefree life in the future. At that time, having an annual salary would only be a small matter. The more important part of becoming an outer member of Underworld was the status and authority that came with the position. He would be on equal standings with those big shots of corporations in the city. This was something that he had always dreamt of becoming. Let's continue by discussing how to deal with Yifeng. With unstable devastation slandering him right now, Yifeng will, sooner or later, fall from fame. The next step is destroying the relationship he has with Gentle Snow, then, finally giving Yifeng a fatal blow, we will make him disappear from God's domain completely. When South Wolf recalled Shifeng's arrogant words, he could not help but narrow his eyes, a cold glint shining in them. He wished he could get rid of Shifeng right this instant. However, young Master Feng had already given him a command and had even sent a party of Underworld guards to assist him. Hence, South Wolf could only vent his anger by slowly toying with Shifeng. At this moment, Absolute Heaven, silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth, saying, it would be very simple to break apart the relationship between Yifeng and Gentle Snow. The problem is, how are we going to deal with Yifeng? From the footage transmitted to us just now, I think that everyone has clearly seen how powerful he is. Even several hundred players could do nothing to Yifeng. Who could block that frightening attack power of his? The last time I exchanged moves with him, I could withstand a few his blows. If I met him now, however, I probably wouldn't even have the chance to escape. As for a direct confrontation, he could most likely kill me in 2 to 3 moves. Dealing with Yifeng right now? We'd only have a chance if we had 10 or more top-tier experts to surround him. However, where can we find so many experts? Naturally, I realize this. This is also the reason why we need to deal with Yifeng. He possesses an epic ranked item, so his strength is intense. However, you shouldn't downplay our strengths just because of this. He merely got rid of a group of trash like Martial Union. Although the Underworld guards are not as capable as Yifeng, we can do the same thing. The only thing we lack is attack power. Regarding pure technique, Underworld guard is much stronger than Yifeng. Moreover, young Master Feng has specifically sent us a full party of Underworld guards as assistants. With a party of Underworld guards, even if Yifeng has an epic ranked item, he will still be helpless against them. So, you don't have to worry about this, South Wolf said, smirking. He is simply a small character that got lucky. If it weren't for young Master Feng's command, would be enough to deal with him. There would be no need for our entire party to take action, a level 9 assassin named Flying Rat said disdainfully as he toyed with his dagger. Flying Rat wore the level 8 mysterious iron set equipment, the Blood Dawn. That's enough, Flying Rat. That Yi Feng has some ability. Otherwise, young Master Feng would not have told all of us to come here. South Wolf, contact us if you have any matters that you need us to deal with. The Underworld guards aren't free all day. The higher-ups have already given us a command to reach level 10 by tomorrow. Otherwise, they'll expel us from the Underworld guards. So, we're off to level for now, Ming Sha, the party leader of this group of Underworld guards, said. Ming Sha had a large body, and he was a stern-looking man over 40 years old. Killing intent radiated from his entire body, and even absolute heaven feared this man. That is only natural. How could I possibly waste Big Bro Ming Sha's valuable time? South Wolf said respectfully. Within the Underworld organization, the position of the Underworld guards was relatively high up as they were the core strength of all of Underworld. Normally, Underworld guards would only listen to the commands of the guild leader or elders. As for young Master Feng, however, he was not even an elder in the organization. He could only mobilize the Underworld guards due to his position in Underworld being slightly special. If it were any other person, the Underworld guards would not pay them any attention. Elsewhere, Shi Feng had already walked into the town hall. Sir, how may I be of service to you today? An elegant female worker walked up and asked Shi Feng. I wish to activate the permission to utilize the teleportation circle, Shi Feng said. In God's domain, only when a player reached level 10 would they have the qualifications to come to the town hall and utilize the teleportation gates. After all, teleportation gates were extremely precious, and their maintenance required a lot of resources. Not just anybody could use them. I understand. Please follow me. Following which, Shi Feng arrived at the front desk of the town hall. After dealing with all the necessary procedures, he obtained a new identity card. With it, he could freely utilize the teleportation gate. However, he would have to pay a fee each time he used it. Normally, when one teleported from a town to a city, the fees were 1 silver coin. Meanwhile, teleportation between cities was slightly more expensive, and the fees would change depending on the distance. Teleporting to one of the closest cities from White River City cost at least 20 silver coins. Meanwhile, teleporting to the capital city, Starmoon City, from White River City, cost around 1 gold coin. As a result, average players had no way to utilize these teleportation gates to travel between cities. Thus, average players would normally stay within the surroundings of their own cities to level up, they would not go to other cities to grind or do quests. Of course, they could run to other cities by foot as well. Only, they would need to spend at least a few days running to cross such a distance. When Shi Feng arrived at the teleportation hall of Red Leaf Town, the place was void of players. There were only a few level 100 elite guards wandering about. In actuality, Shi Feng did not originally intend to go to White River City so early. However, after the ruckus unstable devastation caused, his troubles had grown larger and larger. In order to develop his guild in the future, he could only hasten his plans and take action now. Adventurer, you have to pay 1 silver coin to use the teleportation gate, the magician guarding the teleportation gate informed Shi Feng. Shi Feng paid the fees without hesitation, walking up to the teleportation gate. Shwa! Shi Feng disappeared from the teleportation hall of Red Leaf Town. At the same time, a notification rang out throughout the Starmoon Kingdom. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Yi Feng for becoming the first player in Starmoon Kingdom to arrive at a city. Rewarding 20 reputation points in White River City and the title of Honorary Citizen of White River City. The appearance of this notice immediately sent trembles through all the players in the Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 172, Shocking All Sides. Currently, the players of Martial Union hurried towards Clearwater Town. Clearwater Town was the nearest town to Red Leaf Town, and the player base there was around 5 to 6,000. Ha ha ha. Although we will incur a huge loss moving our base of operations, we can just start all over again. However, Yi Feng, your reputation is ruined. Everyone is denouncing you right now. I really want to see just how you are going to mingling in God's domain, and who else will dare join your team now. Unstable Devastation could not help but laugh as he read the forum post. Originally, the others from Martial Union felt depressed over having to move to another town. However, after watching Shifeng's fame fall into complete ruin, their moods greatly improved. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Yi Feng for becoming the first player in Starmoon Kingdom to arrive at a city. Rewarding 20 reputation points in White River City and the title of Honorary Citizen of White River City. What is this? Unstable Devastation immediately froze, shocked, after listening to this system announcement. 5 to 6 seconds passed before he sobered up, and questions instantly filled his mind. How did Shifeng reach level 10 so quickly? The EXP required to go from level 9 to level 10 was several times that of the EXP needed to go from level 8 to level 9. Even for the upper echelons of first-rate guilds, the most heaven-defying were only at 70% or so of level 9 right now. Yet, Shifeng had already reached level 10. This also meant that Shifeng had reached level 10 before they had surrounded him. In regards to an independent player, such a leveling speed was simply unimaginable. Boss unstable, not good. A new post about Yi Feng has appeared on the forums, and it is filled with all sorts of reverence and support for Yi Feng. Unstable Devastation hurriedly opened the official forums. At this moment, the post his subordinate mentioned already owned the top position on the forum, with the title, the #1 player in White River City. Instantly, the popularity of the post surpassed the post Unstable Devastation had previously submitted. In this post, aside from Shifeng's achievement of becoming the #1 player in White River City, there were also plenty of other accomplishments mentioned. There was even uploaded footage of Shifeng massacring the hundreds of players of Martial Union. In the footage, Shifeng had killed close to 100 players by himself, while he had frightened the hundreds of Martial Union's players present. Shifeng's domineering actions had caused many players to start worshipping him. Although the footage only lasted a few short seconds, even after viewing it over 100 times, one would still not tire of it. Shifeng's lightning speed dodging techniques and battle techniques were especially worth watching and learning. Previously, there had been quite a few people writing harsh words about Shifeng, stating that he edited the footage and that it was impossible that he could be so powerful. They also argued that Shifeng was only a backstabbing, traitorous bastard, that there should be a limit to how far he could go, even when severing relationships. These people warned others to not fall for such tricks, claiming that people like Shifeng did not deserve praise. However, very quickly, people started standing up and speaking for Shifeng. These people had all personally witnessed the entire incident, and knew more information than others. Moreover, videos recorded in God's domain could not be photoshopped, as these videos were under the supervision of the main God system. Thus, the law acknowledged both the videos recorded and contracts signed in God's domain. Immediately, those who slandered Shifeng fell abruptly silent, as they knew that they would only become a joke if they continued mindlessly causing trouble. Simultaneously, plenty of people who explained the truth of the matter came out of the woodwork. These idiots only scandalize others because they can't stand others living a better life. I'm a player of Red Leaf Town, and I witnessed the incident very clearly. Even Martial Union was helpless against Yi Feng. Do you think he'll need that trash's help? Those losers were people who took the bounty Yi Feng offered, and they slandered Yi Feng simply because they were afraid of Martial Union taking revenge on them. I've also heard about it. Those people are the scum of society. To avoid Martial Union's retaliation, they were even willing to kill their own team leader. Meanwhile, Yi Feng killed all of them because he simply could not sit back and watch. Now, not only have these people not repented for their actions, but they also took the initiative to blame Yi Feng. They are simply too despicable. Ha ha ha. Those people received a big slap to their faces. Yi Feng can frighten hundreds of players from martial union into a pause. Do you people really think that you are fit to become a god-ranked expert's companions? You even have the gall to say that you helped Yi Feng. Is your second-grade syndrome incurable? You guys don't know how awesome Yi Feng is. Just a word from him, and right now, all of martial union is being removed from Red Leaf Town. You can't find a single player from martial union standing on the streets now. Yi Feng is just too awesome. As expected of a god-ranked expert. When God slaps faces, all of those haters will have to dismiss themselves. Unstable Devastation was immediately dumbfounded as he read the replies to the post. He had only managed to slander Feng after great difficulties. Yet, in the end, without even saying a word, Feng had recovered using a single system announcement. Not only did he solve the problem, but he had also increased his fame to greater heights. As for Fire Dance's companions, when they saw the system announcement and the forum post, their expressions turned extremely ugly, even their intestines turned green with regret. They did not imagine that Feng was actually so powerful. How great would it have been if, at that time, they had joined Feng's team with Fire Dance. Instead, they were now scorned and verbally abused by others. Furthermore, they had lost another level due to their deaths at Feng's hands. They could not even compare to average players anymore. At that time, they only acted in such a way to avoid the retaliation of martial union. In the end, however, martial union was deported from Red Leaf Town, so they wouldn't be able to retaliate against them in the first place. Such an end left them feeling empty and lost. Just why had they chosen such a path? Meanwhile, it wasn't just Unstable Devastation who was shocked by this development. On Underworld's side, both South Wolf and the Underworld guards were similarly stunned by this news. Wasn't this Yi Feng's leveling speed a little too fast? South Wolf nearly spat blood in anger. Now that Feng had entered the city, his previous detailed plan was useless, he needed to start from the very beginning again. When Gentle Snow, who was currently in a level 10 monster area, discovered this news, she fell into deep thought for quite some time. I truly underestimated him. Although my level is already quite high, I still have to grind for 5 to 6 hours before I can reach level 10. During these 5 to 6 hours, Yi Feng might very well widen the gap in our levels even further. After entering White River City, Gentle Snow laughed bitterly. Everyone knew that all virtual reality games shared a common point: the resources available were limited. There were only so many leveling resources available in every region. Unquestionably, the more resources a person possessed, the greater their leveling and development speed would be. As for the resources available in the city, without a doubt, the earlier one entered the city, the more resources one could obtain. There were plenty of high-level quests in a city. The existence of teleportation gates also enabled fast travel to leveling areas. Hence, by entering the city ahead of others, one could quickly monopolize the best areas for leveling up. In the city, the tools and items sold were also limited. These items would be of great help to a team's speedy development. This gap of 5 to 6 hours would allow Feng to do plenty of things in the city. By the time we reach White River City, most likely, we would have to discuss matters of cooperation with him once again. Gentle Snow revealed a helpless smile. In actuality, Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who intended to discuss matters of cooperation with Feng. The various large guilds around White River City also tried desperately to contact Feng. They all wished to recruit Feng into their command. As for the guilds outside of White River City, they all developed a curiosity toward Feng. An independent player was actually the first player to reach level 10, it was an incredible feat. If Feng were some great character from a large guild, they might not have thought much about this matter. However, this was not the case. The upper echelons of the various guilds all had a group of elite players aiding them with grinding monsters. Thus, Their leveling efficiency was much higher than other players. However, against all odds, the first person to enter a city was an independent player. How could this not shock them? At the same time, Shifeng's entrance into White River City had rung alarm bells to the many guilds out there. Someone had already started their development in a city. If they continued dragging their feet, this would become a big threat to their futures. To increase their leveling speed, they all focused on crafting whetstones. They purchased hard stones in bulks, inflating the cost of hard stones once more. However, all these large guilds were unaware that their actions were precisely as Shifeng had planned. White River City, one of the 5 major cities in Star Moon Kingdom. From afar, one could see towering buildings erected throughout the city. It was a sight no town could ever hope to compare with. Just the number of NPCs residing within the city exceeded 100,000. Moreover, the city could hold over 2 million players within its walls. It was a sight that many guilds would fight to possess. At this time, Shifeng walked down the main street of White River City. Before he had arrived in White River City, Shifeng had wiped clean his name using the demon mask, so he was not afraid of the city guards. In any case, he was a globally recognized noble. Even if he entered White River City with a red name, he would not face any major challenges. Only, there were some NPCs unwilling to deal with red players, preventing Shifeng from accepting any high-level quests. So, he chose to clear up his name. Let's have a look at the city hall for now. Shifeng revealed a faint smile. He took out the recommendation letter that he received from Blackbeard, the mayor of Stonemore Town. This letter was one of the items he would use as capital to rise in White River City. Chapter 173, Magistrate Weissman. White River City was the 5th most populated city in Star Moon Kingdom. Although it was incredibly small compared to Blackwing City, if one wanted to explore the entire city fully, one would need at least several days. The teleportation hall of White River City was located on the southwest side of the city. It was relatively close to the city's entrance. Meanwhile, the city hall was situated right in the heart of the city, by the White River Plaza in the trade area. White River City was considered a city because its administration was far more strict than a town's. At the same time, it was also much active. Being the focal point of several hundred towns, there were many more merchants here. On either side of the main street, one could easily find various item shops, bars, restaurants, fruit stores, clothing stores, leather clothing stores, armor stores, magic stores, alchemy workshops, smithies, and much more. In the city, players were not allowed to set up their own stalls. If they wished to sell their items, they needed to purchase a shop. However, it was extremely expensive to purchase a personal shop in the city. Ordinary players could not afford a shop by themselves. Not just any player could purchase a shop either. Players needed a set amount of reputation points before they were able to do so, and the locations of the shops they could buy depended on their status. However, this didn't mean that players had no chances of selling their items at all. The first method players could employ, other than purchasing their own shops, was the auction house. The auction house of White River City was extremely prosperous as it connected to the closest 8 cities with lower populations. As long as players put their items up for auction, players from the other 8 cities could access them. However, the auction house charged an extraordinary fee for their services. The registration fees depended on an item's selling price and the duration the owner wished to auction for. There was also an 8% auction fee after the item sold. If players sold an item in the auction house, overall, they would have to pay 15% of the item's value in fees. It was not worthwhile in the least. Items sold in a city's auction house were extremely expensive. Some of the minor items were not even worth auctioning. As for the second method, there would be a large-scale market once every 3 days in the plaza of White River City. Players only need pay a small fee, and they could set up their own stalls to sell their items. This method suited independent players extremely well. The only unfortunate aspect was that the market only occurred once every 3 days. Moreover, the market began at night and only lasted for 10 hours. For players uninterested in grinding and adventure, yet still desiring development within God's domain, opening their own shops in a city was of the utmost importance. Only with a shop could players conduct business 48 hours in a day. Moreover, along with the development of God's domain, the money one could earn from opening a shop in White River City could rival the earnings of opening a shop in real life. In Shifeng's previous life, there were plenty of players who were unimpressed by grinding monsters and leveling. Instead, these players spent all their efforts to purchase a shop. Although the locations of their shops were very secluded, the amount of money they earned was enough to cover their living expenses in real life with a lot to spare as well. Shifeng rode a horse carriage towards the city hall. Compared to the town hall in Red Leaf Town, the city hall in White River City was a much more spectacular sight. The building had a total of 10 floors, and the area it covered was about the size of a football field. At the entrance of the building, there were more than 20 garrison knights standing guard. These guards were all level 150 elites. The garrison captain was a level 160 tier 2 knight. With his strength, he could easily decimate an entire town. Moreover, for a large city like White River City, there would be 2 to 3 tier 4 class NPCs on guard. Powerful monsters and dark powers dared not come near it. Immediately after Shifeng stepped into the city hall, an elegant beauty walked towards him. "Esteemed sir, is there anything I can help you with?" The beautiful employee blinked her doll-like eyes as she asked. "I wish to see the magistrate, Lord Weissman." "I have with me Blackbeard's letter of introduction," Shifeng said, displaying his demon hunter title. Commoners had no right to meet the magistrate of White River City, Weissman, as one needed sufficient status to do so. After all, a magistrate was equivalent of a mayor, and Magistrate Weissman controlled all military and political power in White River City. If one wished to speak with him, at the barest minimum, one needed to be a noble of White River City. However, Shifeng's reputation in White River City was far from a noble. He could only reveal his identity as a demon hunter. "So it is Lord Demon Hunter. Magistrate Weissman is currently occupied with public affairs. My lord will have to wait for some time before he becomes available. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait in the lounge, and I will notify Lord Weissman of your arrival." The beautiful employee showed respect upon seeing Shifeng's title. A noble was not an existence commoners like her could afford to provoke, even if she worked for the kingdom. "Yes, please notify him for me," Shifeng nodded. He then wandered towards the city hall's lounge. Sitting in the empty lounge with nothing better to do, Shifeng switched his system communications back on. D. Previously, to avoid interruption, Shifeng had intentionally switched off the system communication function. Nobody could contact him that way. However, the moment he switched it back on, he discovered hundreds of communication requests pending his approval. Shifeng was familiar with many of these players. A majority of them were the upper echelons of large guilds situated in White River City. Some were even the vice leaders or elders of guilds. Of course, Stabbing Heart and Gentle Snow were no exception to this list. After all, the advantage of entering White River City ahead of others was far too impressive to ignore. Before entering White River City, information such as the best leveling grounds and the best locations to farm resources were a big mystery to everyone. Without entering the city, one could not obtain any information about the quests available in the city and the city laws imposed on players. To a guild, obtaining such information before others was a great boon. They could occupy the best leveling spots and obtain high-level quests a step ahead of others. They could purchase daily and weekly limited items and gather herbs, ores, and such resources ahead of others. Guilds were most eager for this information as it would enable them to rise ahead of their competitors. Especially now as these guilds neared level 10 and the ability to enter White River City. If they could obtain this information beforehand, they could adapt to the new environment quickly and confidently go out to grind and gather resources. They would not need to waste time collecting this information. They could also use the time saved to pull ahead of the other guilds developing in other cities. With so many benefits, these guilds would not Shifeng slip through their grasps. They would find a way to contact him. Unfortunately, the results of their efforts simply dumbfounded all of them. They did not think that Shifeng would shut down all forms of communications, leaving them with no way to contact him at all. The only choice they had left was to leave Shifeng messages. As a result, thousands of messages filled Shifeng's mailbox. If he read all of them, he would need to spend at least 4 to 5 hours. However, since Shifeng had nothing better to do right now, he looked at the messages sent by guilds worth contacting. After all, he was an independent player. If he did not sell even any information, he would only gain enemies. With his current strength and influence, he would only end up in tragedy by doing so. So, he would choose a few to do business with. Naturally, Stabbing Heart and Gentle Snow were on his list of business partners. Shifeng was already friends with them no matter how he looked at it. He would sell them information at a reduced price. However, it was a different story for the other guilds. Shifeng also had to consider what information he would sell. After all, he knew White River City like his own backyard. However, there was no way he could sell all the information he knew. He needed to consider what information he could sell. This information should greatly interest these guilds. He could charge a high price while not giving these guilds too much advantage and hindering to his own future. Shifeng was gaining a migraine over this decision. Chapter 174, Blacksteel's Contract. Shortly after Shifeng entered White River City, all the players within White River City region entered a crazed state. The various large guilds behaved in the same way. They all began forming teams to grind and level up, intending to enter White River City as soon as possible. However, the higher level the monster areas they grinded in were, the more problems they encountered. Not mentioning the fact that more players explored the high-level areas, nor the matter of the guilds competing and battling with each other, just the simple matter of weapon and equipment durability was already a huge headache to these various large guilds. Have they still not sent the whetstones, yet? The entire team's weapon durability is almost at its limit, Stabbing Heart said in the team chat. They just informed me that the forgers have just finished a new batch and are sending it our way, a ranger replied. How many are they sending? Stabbing Heart asked. 5 stacks, a total of 100 whetstones, the ranger said in a soft and troubled tone. Why are there only 100? Didn't we buy over 500 hard stones? Stabbing Heart's expression sunk, turning extremely ugly to behold. There were over 60 players in their elite team, and they all were currently grinding in a level 10 monster area. Each whetstone could recover 3 to 7 durability points on a weapon, and 100 whetstones would only last them around an hour or so. They've already used all 500. We are trying to purchase them in bulk, but we simply can't find any. Many players are just paying forgers to turn their hard stones into whetstones. We've already sent out many of our newcomers to grind for hard stones in Dark Moon Valley. However, ever since God's Domain's upgrade, the drop rate of hard stones has decreased. Moreover, the 10+ forgers we've nurtured are only basic forging apprentices right now, they have a very low success rate for making whetstones. The success rate would be higher if they were intermediate forging apprentices, we wouldn't have to waste so many hard stones. However, the increase in proficiency in forging is just too slow. Right now, they don't have enough proficiency points to become an intermediate forging apprentices at the moment. The ranger's face turned awkward as he explained. Nurturing forgers and potion makers had been very important to their guild for some time. However, where would they find enough money and resources to invest in them? Until now, these lifestyle players had not supplied any advantages to the guild. Stabbing Heart let out a deep sigh. He grew worried as he listened to his subordinates report. Only now did he truly realize the importance of forgers. Although their guild had started nurturing forgers from an early period, collecting plenty of resources and investing a great amount of money into their development, they never thought that it would be so hard to raise a forger. If the guild had an intermediate forging apprentice right now, they wouldn't have been so desperate for whetstones. I understand. Tell the elite team members to use them sparingly, then. Try to reduce the contact their weapons have with monsters, that way, they can slow down the damage to their weapons. Also, tell the outer members to put more effort into gathering hard stones, Stabbing Heart said helplessly. The lack of whetstones had left a second-rate apex guild like the Assassins' Alliance in such a poor state. Of course, this wasn't due to them not having money, but simply because they could not buy any hard stones, not to mention whetstones. Even if a stack of whetstones sold for 10 silver coins at the moment, Stabbing Heart would not hesitate to purchase it. Unfortunately, there were none to be found on the market. The Assassins' Alliance wasn't the only guild faced with such a predicament. All the guilds throughout the Starmoon Kingdom currently held an intense desire for whetstones. Only, they were not as tense as the guilds situated within the White River City region. Speaking of which, the guilds in the White River City region were currently in a desperate situation. The durability of their weapons fell too quickly, so they could not battle for long periods. However, without weapons, how could they battle at all? Even though they had such a large-sized guild, there were only a scarce few forgers that could create whetstones. An average guild based in a town would normally have an elite team of around 30 players grinding in high-level monster areas. As for the third-rate guilds in the White River City region, they had elite teams of around 500 to 600 players, while second-rate guilds had over 1,000, and first-rate guilds had over 3,000 to 4,000 players. Of course, there were still the independent players. Right now, the demand for whetstones throughout the White River City region was intimidating. However, due to all of these guilds desperately grinding towards level 10, the price of hard stones soared once again. Each stack of hard stones sold of 1 silver 20 coppers right now. Yet, even with such a high price, the many guilds in the White River City region still failed to purchase any. White River City, City Hall. Unknowingly, more than half an hour had passed since Shifeng began his wait. During this half hour or so, Shifeng managed to tidy up all the information regarding White River City. To the guilds in the White River City region that did not know anything, this information was gold. Meanwhile, Shifeng had organized this information into 2 versions. One was the simplified version, the other was the luxury version. After players read the simplified version, they would only have a rough understanding of White River City. For example, they would know that White River City held a large-scale market once every 3 days. However, the simplified version would not touch on the topic of resource distribution. On the other hand, the luxury version would give a rough introduction to it. It would tell the owner which locations were suited to certain classes for leveling, and which locations would have the most of a particular resource and more such information. This was the information large guilds needed the most. Originally, Shifeng intended to sell this information to these guilds personally, converting it into gold coins. However, it was simply too troublesome to carry out these tasks. Moreover, Shifeng did not lack gold coins right now, but credits. After some careful consideration, Shifeng finally decided to sell the information through the official forums. He would conduct the trade in credits. The simplified version would target the independent players, while the luxury version would target the guilds. Shifeng sold the simplified version for 300 credits. If players possessed the simplified version, it would be the equivalent of purchasing a guidebook of the city. At the very least, players would not be at a complete loss after entering the city, not knowing a single thing. As for the luxury version, Shifeng sold it for 20,000 credits. Although these guilds would, sooner or later, discover the information themselves, they would need to waste a lot of time to do so. According to Shi Feng's estimates, at the very least, they would need to spend 2 to 3 days' time investigating. Moreover, the information they obtained by themselves would not be as accurate as Shi Feng's. 2 to 3 days' time was incomparably precious to a guild, so they would not pay any heed to wasting 20,000 credits. Lord Demon Hunter, Magistrate Weissman waits for you in the parlor. Please, follow me, the beautiful employee suddenly returned to Shi Feng's side, softly saying. All right, lead the way. Shi Feng stood and nodded. He followed the female employee up to the parlor on the building's second floor. When he stepped into the spacious and elegant-looking parlor, the person waiting for him wore a silvery gray-colored robe. The well-dressed man was in his 50s, and he held a staff with a deep blue-colored gemstone embedded in it. The man currently sat by the window side, gazing at the scenery outside the window in silence. This man was the magistrate of White River City, Weissman. He was also a Tier 4 wizard, and he was a level 200 NPC. Without question, he was one of the strongest individuals currently in White River City. Even though Weissman stood there in silence, Shi Feng could clearly feel the elemental mana in the room frantically gathering around Weissman, forming a weak magical domain that pressured others. However, this was merely an unconscious action of Weissman's. It went to show just how frightening a Tier 4 powerhouse was. If Weissman employed his magical domain, he could instantly turn Shi Feng into a pile of ash. Although Weissman only appeared to be a man in his 50s, his true age was well over 100 years old. He was, without a doubt, an old monster. Young man, I hear you have a recommendation letter from Blackbeard? Weissman asked, smiling at Shi Feng. Although the Demon Hunter title held sway over normal NPCs, to a powerhouse like Weissman, it was nothing worthy of mention. Weissman's identity as a Tier 4 class far exceeded the status of a Demon Hunter. That's right. Mayor Blackbeard wanted me to pass this to you. Shi Feng took out the recommendation letter, handing it over to Weissman. After Weissman received the letter, he did not immediately open it. He simply let out a deep sigh as he looked at Shi Feng, saying, that which should have come has finally arrived. I've waited for this letter for 30 years. Only, I never imagined a young man like you would bring it to me. I guess it is now time for me to fulfill the contract made so long ago. Chapter 175, Demon's Heart. Contract? Shi Feng silently murmured, confused. From the information he collected in his previous life, there was no mention of a contract. That fortunate player had not revealed this information, so naturally, Shi Feng had no idea. However, since that fortunate player managed to complete the quest, Shi Feng did not believe that he could not complete it himself. After all, he was much stronger than that fortunate player in his previous life, so there was no reason why he couldn't do it as well. As long as he completed this quest, he would have the capital to establish himself in White River City. As for what that capital was there even a need to mention it? To any players new to White River City, there was nothing better than to own their own real estate. Moreover, this real estate wasn't ordinary, it was one of the nobles' mansions, located in the heart of the trade area. Only with a mansion could one establish a guild residence. A guild residence was extremely important to a guild. It was a guild's most important benefit, second to none. Every guild residence acted as private territory. The greatest benefits it provided were an increase in leveling speed and unique resident quests. As long as a guild possessed a residence, all members that rested within could gain a double EXP buff. With this buff, whether grinding or questing, players could obtain double the original EXP. However, players needed to rest in the guild residence for a certain amount of time to gain the double EXP buff. Normally, resting for 48 hours would grant a player 20% double EXP, and players could gain up to an entire level's worth of double EXP. To guild members tired from battle, this feature was fatally tempting. There were also the special resident quests only available in the guild residence. The local NPCs commissioned these quests, and there would be some available every day. Moreover, the rewards for these quests were quite bountiful. There were even times that a quest would reward a dark gold ranked item. When these resident quests were completed, the guild would also receive guild reputation and guild funds, as 20% of the remuneration for these resident quests would belong to the guild. However, even though the guild members only received 80% of the reward money, it was still a great deal more than the reward money of the majority of high-level quests. Aside from all that, a guild residence had many more functions. Thus, a guild residence was the core of a guild. Unfortunately, it was extremely hard for guilds to obtain their own residence. First-rate guilds could usually not obtain a residence until more than a month had passed since God's Domain's release, not to mention the second-rate and third-rate guilds. Even after 4 months, there would still be plenty of third-rate guilds without guild residences. In Shifeng's previous life, Shadow only managed to obtain its first guild residence after 7 months in God's Domain. By that time, a majority of the players were already around level 50 or so. After much difficulty, Shadow only secured a guild residence in a relatively isolated city with only a population base of 200,000 to 300,000. From that moment onwards, Shadow had finally begun walking the path of a rated guild. In God's Domain, a guild would only be officially recognized when they possessed a guild residence. Also, the speed at which they procured a residence displayed the guild's strength. Shifeng's goal was to attain his own guild residence 15 days after he entered White River City, and Blackbeard's recommendation letter was the fastest way to achieve that goal. Right, however, Weissman measured up Shifeng in detail, shaking his head, saying, "Young man, you are still too weak right now. I'm afraid that you cannot fulfill this contract. Although I don't understand why Blackbeard places such trust in you, it is still too early for you right now. Lord Weissman, I believe that I am competent enough to complete this quest," Shifeng spoke with determination. Weissman couldn't help but smile. Young people are so confident. However, they will realize their ignorance when they meet true trouble. He immediately replied, "Young man, how about we make an accord? If you can pass the test I give you, I'll agree to your request. I will even aid you in completing Blackbeard's contract. If you fail, however, then please, only return after you have officially become a swordsman. How about it?" Shifeng lowered his head in silent contemplation. Based on what he could recall from his past life, that fortunate player also received his private territory when he was only around level 10. Meanwhile, Weissman insisted that Shifeng only return after officially becoming a swordsman. At the beginning of the game, players did not actually start out with official classes, they were merely class apprentices. If they wished to receive an official class, a Tier 1 class, they needed to reach level 20. Players would then need to apply for a class examination at the class association. Only when players passed the test would they officially be a Tier 1 class. In Shifeng's case, after he passed the class examination, he would officially become a swordsman. At that time, not only would his attributes greatly increase, but he could also learn skills that catered to Tier 1 swordsmen. He would also receive an official swordsman's emblem. If even that level 10 fortunate player could clear the quest, Shifeng did not believe that he couldn't. After all, he was already level 13, he hadn't just reached level 10. Moreover, the equipment he wore was extremely good quality, so there was no reason for him to fail the quest. "Lord Weissman, I accept your test," Shifeng nodded his head in affirmation. "My requirement is very simple. Bring me a demon's heart. In the cursed land, there is a demon's castle. Originally, it was the residence of a lord. However, after being tempted by a demon, that lord became a demon himself, reborn as the Dark Knight Gaia. He then cursed the land he ruled over, turning all of its people into demonkin. I need you to retrieve Gaia's heart to dispel this curse. I wonder if you would be willing to go to that cursed castle and kill Dark Knight Gaia, fetching his heart for me?" Weissman asked, his tone stern. "The demon's castle in the cursed land?" Shifeng could not help his shock. That was where the Apex 20-man team dungeon for levels 10 to 15 was. In the past, there had been countless guilds who experienced team wipe after team wipe raiding the demon's castle. They had all died at the hands of Dark Knight Gaia. That's right. If you can't accomplish even this task, I can only advise you to give up on the contract, Weissman persuaded. Is there a time limit? Shifeng asked. None. It will be fine even if you complete the task after you've been promoted to an official swordsman, Weissman smiled. Alright, then. I accept this agreement, Shifeng released a breath. Most of the players in God's domain had yet to reach level 10. If there were a short time limit, he could not complete this quest at all. If there were no time limit, however, then there would not be any huge problems. Shifeng finally understood how that fortunate player completed this quest. At that time, a large majority of the players had already reached level 20 or so. The elite team of a third-rate guild could easily raid and conquer the demon's castle, obtaining the demon's heart. However, to the current guilds in God's domain, it was an impossible task. At the very least, a team of 20 players was necessary to raid the demon's castle. Moreover, their levels needed to be around level 12 or level 13, and they needed to possess adequate equipment. Otherwise, raiding the demon's castle was only a pipe dream. It seems that I need to hurry up and establish a team. Shifeng now had an approximate goal in his heart. The fellowship party being held in a few days' time was an especially a good place for Shifeng to recruit new members. If he had sufficient capital, he might be able to establish a powerful team. At that time, conquering the demon's castle would be much easier. Watching Shifeng leave, Weissman suddenly thought of something. He called at Shifeng, saying, "Young man, wait a moment. I still have something very important to tell you." Chapter 176, Blazing Meteor. Shifeng could not help but wonder when he was suddenly called. After all, Weissman was a Tier 4 wizard and a tyrant of White River City. Any item he gave would have unlimited uses to Shifeng. Regardless of the circumstances, my good friend still sent you. Take this item and this letter, hand them over to Master Seliora. It may be of some help to you. Weissman took out a flame-red-colored crystal and a letter, handing them to Shifeng. Lord Weissman, thank you for your help. I will complete this agreement as soon as possible, Shifeng said gratefully. System, Unique Quest, Demon's Heart, accepted. Quest details, go to the demon's castle and obtain the demon's heart for Weissman. Quest rewards, unknown. System, Hidden Quest, search for Seliora, accepted. Quest details, look for Seliora in White River City and pass her the items that Weissman has given you. Quest rewards, unknown. Instantly, Shifeng received 2 precious quests. They were both more amazing than any high-level quests, especially the unique quest. As long as Shifeng completed it, he could earn shocking rewards. Since he had received the quests, Shifeng would not continue to waste his time here. He departed from the city hall immediately, summoning a horse carriage and dashing towards the free zone of White River City. The person Weissman wanted him to look for, Seliora, was a master forger. In White River City, very few players would know of Seliora's fame. However, that did not mean that Seliora was not amazing. On the contrary, Seliora was known as a genius in the forging world. Seliora had become a master forger at a very young age, and she was only a step away from becoming a grandmaster forger. However, Seliora preferred to maintain a low profile, so not many people were aware of her existence. Shifeng was one of the scant few players who knew about Seliora. Moreover, Shifeng even knew where Seliora lived. The hidden quest Weissman gave might have troubled other players, but it was no trouble to Shifeng at all. As for the unique quest, Demon's Heart, Shifeng could only leave it alone for now. He also still had the epic quest Darkness Descends. Although Charlene was also in White River City, Shifeng was too poor right now. he could not afford the information fee of 10 gold coins. So, he could only leave it alone for now as well. Moreover, when compared to the Demon's Heart quest, an epic quest was most likely much harder to complete. Even if Shi Feng had the clue to complete the epic quest, he would still be powerless to complete it. So, he might as well set it aside for now. In any case, he had 30 days to complete it, and the time limit was still far away. It would not be too late for him to accomplish the quest after he further raised his strength. 20-something minutes later, Shi Feng finally arrived at a very small smithy located within the free zone. The wooden door to this smithy was still closed. If outsiders saw this, they would think that the smithy was either closed to the public or no longer in operation. So, naturally, nobody would visit this place. After paying the 60 copper carriage fee, Shi Feng walked towards the humble-looking smithy, knocking on the door gently. However, even after a long time, Shi Feng did not receive an answer. "Hello, Master Seliora. I was sent here by Lord Weissman. I have with me a letter for you from the Magistrate." If Shi Feng barged into the smithy, even after having knocked for a long while without an answer and possessing the status of a noble, the guards would apprehend him and lock him up in jail for a good while. Hence, Shi Feng could only use a big character like Weissman to lure Seliora out. That way, Seliora would not continue feigning ignorance. After some time, there was finally some movement in the house. Kachik. The thick wooden door opened, and a great beauty dressed in a black leather shirt stepped out. Below the large V-shaped collar, her ample bosom revealed itself. The beauty wore a pair of extremely short leather pants, revealing her long and slender legs. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and her dark hair cascaded down to her fine and delicate waist. Her entire body gave off a wild charm. The woman before him was indeed the master forger, Seliora. If Blackie could see this sight before Shi Feng right now, he would whistle his praise, his drool puddling on the ground. For Shi Feng, however, he had long since grown accustomed to such a sight. Seliora was the black rose of the forging world, and she was one of the rare few beauties who worked as a forger. After all, most forgers were muscular barbarians, unlike Seliora who was a young beauty, both sexy and attractive. "I'm very busy. Pass me the thing and leave," Seliora spoke impatiently, glancing at Shi Feng. Hearing Seliora speaking in such a way, Shi Feng felt extremely familiar with these words. He felt as if he had heard of them before from somewhere. After giving it some thought, Shi Feng suddenly recalled something. Wasn't he usually fond of using these words? "This is the letter that Lord Weissman wanted me to give you." Shi Feng took out the letter, passing it to Seliora. Seliora received the letter. Not sparing the letter a single glance, she arbitrarily said, "You can return now." Seliora started shutting the wooden door. Shi Feng was immediately left speechless, even though he had long since known of Seliora's personality. He couldn't help but admit that any sort of master would have their own strange personality. Seliora was no exception. However, Shi Feng had made Seliora submit in his previous life, so there was no reason he could not do so now. Moreover, he seemed to have learned his catchphrase, "I'm busy," from Seliora. "I'll leave," then. Shi Feng took out the flame-red colored crystal given to him by Weissman as he said so. He toyed with the crystal as he turned to leave. The flame-red crystal gave off a dazzling red-colored glow. Just by taking it out, the fire-type mana in the surrounding area started crazily gathering around the crystal. The flame-red glow increased its brilliance, attracting the attention of all onlookers. "Wait!" Seliora suddenly called out to Shi Feng. "Master Seliora, do you still have some other matter?" Shi Feng turned, a faint smile on his face as he asked. At this moment, Seliora's large eyes were already glued onto the flame-red crystal in Shi Feng's hand. She was like an enamored little kitten, and her eyes followed the flame-red crystal's movement in Shi Feng's hand, going up and down with great interest. Although Seliora's personality was somewhat strange, she too faced a common problem that all forgers faced, the desire of rare forging materials. There was not a single forger out there who did not wish to create an item, famed throughout the entire continent, in their lifetime. Meanwhile, the prerequisite to create such an item was incomparably precious materials. Take the abyssal blade in Shifeng's hands for example. In order for its fame to spread throughout the continent, the famous smith, Alices, used the Black Dragon King's Fang as its core forging material. What was the Black Dragon King? That was the king among dragons, which represented destruction. It was a frightening creature that was the closest being to a god. Just the breath it spat out could destroy a city with millions of inhabitants. It was a frightening existence that could single-handedly destroy an entire kingdom. Meanwhile, to create the abyssal blade, the most precious fang of that frightening existence's body was necessary. In the end, after the abyssal blade's creation, it became one of the 36 famed swords in God's domain. The abyssal blade's existence shook all of God's domain, and even after thousands of years, its might was still boundless. Can you sell me that item? Seliora asked, her face filled with desire, her tone making a complete transformation. Shifeng shook his head, saying, I am truly sorry, Master Seliora, but Lord Weissman originally wanted me to bring this item to you to forge an item for me. However, seeing as you are busy, I would feel bad to continue disturbing you. So, I intend to look for Master Prost and see if he will make the item that I want. What? You are actually going to take this precious material to that old bastard, Prost? Do you know how wasteful you are being? If you want to forge an item, I can help you. Also, since you are a swordsman, with this item, I would have no problems forging a blazing meteor of relatively high quality. If you give this material to that old bastard, he will definitely ruin it. Chapter 177, Seliora's Shock. Seliora stared at Shifeng with her almond-shaped eyes, her hands on her hips. She looked like an angry lioness. This scene dumbfounded Shifeng. He did not know what to say in this situation. Before, Seliora simply reacted with cold indifference towards him, yet, now, she was so obedient. The blazing meteor was a weapon that only Seliora knew how to create, and it was also her most famous creation. It was a weapon that all swordsmen dreamt of having. In Shifeng's previous life, as long as one was a swordsman, they would definitely have begged Seliora to create a blazing meteor for them. Many players were even willing to go bankrupt to obtain a blazing meteor. Shifeng, who at that time had already become a sword king, was no exception. He only managed to obtain one with much difficulty after a very long time. Although Shifeng had already met his goal, he still toyed with Seliora by pretending hesitation. Immediately, Seliora started panicking. If she truly allowed that old bastard Prost obtain such a large starfire crystal, that old rat would come over to her place to show off, and very often, at that. You should know that I am the most amazing master forger in White River City. None of the items I forge are of ordinary quality. Moreover, I am in a very good mood right now, so I will even use a rare material from my exclusive collection to forge a blazing meteor suitable for you. If you don't believe me, then come in and have a look. Seliora hurriedly pulled Shifeng into her smithy, letting Shifeng witness the masterpieces she had created. After entering the house, one would immediately discover that the exterior and interior of the house were practically two entirely different worlds. Although the exterior of the house was broken down and humble, the interior was both beautiful and magnificent. Fine weaponry and equipment were all showcased within crystal cabinets. Not a single one of these weapons or equipment were of ordinary quality. They were all masterpieces of fine gold rank or above. These were all masterpieces because, when compared to items of the same rank and level, the attributes of the weapons and equipment made by Seliora were far superior. How is it? Do you see that dark red-colored greatsword placed in the highest position? That's an epic weapon that I personally made. Seliora stuck out her chest, boasting. Indeed, it was as Seliora had said. Among all these weapons and equipment, the most amazing item was the level 120 epic weapon. In terms of strength, it exceeded the Mavis protection by leaps and bounds. It was Seliora's greatest creation to date, and it was also the only epic ranked item that she had ever made. The reason Seliora bore the title of Genius of the Forging World was due to her accidentally creating this epic weapon. After all, it was nearly impossible for a forger to forge an epic weapon intentionally, as the success rate for even a master forger was abysmally low. Normally, only grandmaster forgers could achieve this feat. Unfortunately, Seliora was stuck at a bottleneck, and she would constantly be a step away from becoming a grandmaster forger. Hence, Seliora did not wish for anyone to disturb her as she stayed hidden in the free zone of White River City, continuously researching the art of forging. Now you know how amazing I am, right? Aside from those old hidden monsters, there has not been anybody else who can beat me regarding forging techniques. Seliora grinned, her gaze shifted back to the starfire crystal in Shifeng's hand. With my techniques and the starfire crystal, I guarantee that I can create an exceptional blazing meteor. Moreover, since Lord Weissman sent you to me, I will naturally give it my all to help you. Shifeng simply smiled at Seliora's words. He handed the starfire crystal over to Seliora, softly saying, "I'll be troubling you, then, Master Seliora." Seliora revealed a wide smile as she received the starfire crystal. Immediately, she ran towards her forging room, intending to create the blazing meteor straight away. "Master Seliora, please wait a moment," Shifeng hurriedly said. "What is it? Don't tell me that you're going back on your word." Seliora's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. She was extremely reluctant to part with the starfire crystal in her hands. "You misunderstand me, Master Seliora. I think that this item should be of some help to you." Shifeng took out a piece of runic steel that he received as a system reward. This item could increase the forging success rate, and at the same time, it had a chance to increase the forged item's attributes. Seliora could not help her shock when she saw the runic steel. She instantly snatched it out of Shifeng's hands. She then started appraising Shifeng with her charming eyes, her delicate tongue sliding across her pouty lips. Giggling, she said, "Why, I didn't think you would have so many precious treasures on you. What else do you have? Just pull them all out." "All right, then. I still have an item that I can temporarily lend to you." Under Seliora's eager gaze, Shifeng could not help but smile bitterly. He then took out the Book of Forging. Suddenly, Seliora's eyes widened as they locked onto the Book of Forging in Shifeng's hands. She was under immense shock, unable to speak a single word. "This is the Book of Forging personally penned by the Forging God. You. Why do you have this item?" Seliora was incomparably shocked, and her voice trembled with excitement as she spoke. She could not help but immediately snatch the Book of Forging, delving in. "Master Seliora, I assume that you also know how precious this item is. I can loan it to you temporarily, so I hope you can use it properly and create a masterpiece." Shifeng held high expectations of the blazing meteor. So, naturally, he would not hold anything back in its creation. Moreover, NPCs could not steal items owned by players. Really? Seliora could not believe her own ears. She pounced Shifeng in excitement, planting a kiss on him. She then took the Book of Forging, rushing into her personal forging room. "Wait here for a while, I guarantee that you will not be disappointed." Shifeng was stunned. However, he recovered very quickly, revealing a bitter smile. Seliora needed a long time to forge a piece of equipment. Since Shifeng had nothing better to do, he continued enhancing the luxury version of the White River City guidebook. After all, he had an expansive amount of information on White River City. Although he had already made plans for its revelation, he couldn't explain everything in a few sentences. Time flowed by unnoticed, and 2 hours had passed since Shifeng entered White River City. Meanwhile, the various guilds in the White River City region were in full swing. They continuously purchased and exchanged whetstones, and at the same time, desperately grinded in high-level monster areas. Snow, the number of players here grows larger and larger, and it is slowing our leveling speed by a lot. Why don't we go to the Gloomy Valley to level up? With a single triple flame barrage, Zhao Yueru finished off a low HP level 10 shadow werewolf. She then turned to Gentle Snow and spoke. Originally, there had not been that many players in this level 10 area. However, due to Shi Feng's actions, level 8 and level 9 players began arriving, crowding the area. Every region had limited leveling resources, and every extra player in a region decreased the availability of those resources. With a decrease in resources, naturally, leveling speed would similarly fall. Thus, Zhao Yueru suggested going to the Gloomy Valley, which was a monster area of an even higher level. The Gloomy Valley was a level 11 to level 14 monster area. With their current equipment, they could still deal with level 11 and level 12 monsters. Only, the danger would increase significantly. However, their leveling speed there would surpass that of this place by leaps. The Gloomy Valley was also only a short distance from their current location. If they hurried, they could reach it in just half an hour. If they used a speed scroll, they could arrive there in 10 minutes or so. Gentle Snow looked at her surroundings, discovering that the number of players had certainly increased. Moreover, these players were all elites of various large guilds. Whether luring or snatching monsters, they were all extremely experienced. As a result, the number of monsters available decreased, and their current leveling speed was less than half of what they started with. The players gathered here were still increasing in number. If this situation continued, they might not even reach level 10 within 7 to 8 hours grinding here. Alright, then. After we receive the new batch of whetstones, we'll head for the Gloomy Valley. Gentle Snow looked at her weapon's durability as she spoke. Only 9 points remained. As her weapon was secret silver rank, she could still wield it for over an hour before its durability reached a critical point. At this moment, Gentle Snow's communicator rang out. Originally, Gentle Snow intended to reject the call without giving it much thought. However, when she saw that the caller was Shi Feng, a faint smile appeared on her face. Previously, after Shi Feng entered White River City, she had tried contacting Shi Feng as well. However, Shi Feng had immediately shut down all forms of communication, leaving her with no way of contacting him. She could only send him a message. Now that he was personally contacting her, it was possible that he had finally seen her message. Chapter 178, Super Dark Gold Rank. Since Shi Feng attempted to contact her, Gentle Snow would not reject the call. In any case, there was still some time before the new batch of whetstones would arrive. Busy man, you finally have the time to contact me? Gentle Snow laughed softly after the call connected. You jest, Miss Snow. I am helpless about this as well. I was worried that my communicator would ring endlessly and distract me, so I simply turned it off. Didn't I immediately contact Miss Snow after I finished with my matters? Shi Feng smiled. From Gentle Snow's tone, Shi Feng could somewhat discern her aggrieved feelings. However, he was simply helpless with this. He had spent quite a long time conquering White River City. Moreover, he needed to waste even more time. After all, if he published the White River City guidebook shortly after he entered White River City, others would become highly suspicious. Without spending some time, how could he conduct an investigation? If he made the guidebook without any prior investigation, it would be strange if nobody suspected him. Hence, Shi Feng intentionally took such a long time before he initiated contact, letting others think that he used this time to inspect White River City. Since you've come looking for me, it means that you've seen my message regarding the information about White River City. What are your thoughts? Name a price, I'll buy it all, Gentle Snow said seriously. If she could obtain information about White River City, she could prepare ahead of time. This way, they could get a huge lead on the other guilds. As for the matter of money, she rarely paid any mind. Moreover, she believed that Shifeng would not just set a random price. I've already compiled a guidebook with information about White River City. The guidebooks are divided into two versions, a simplified version and a luxury version. I'm prepared to publish and sell them on the official forums after some time. Shifeng nodded as he spoke. Gentle Snow was at a loss when she heard Shifeng. She couldn't help but admit that Shifeng was too good at grasping business opportunities. If Shifeng truly did such a thing, in addition to his identity as the first player to enter White River City, the legitimacy of the White River City guidebooks were surely guaranteed. The various large guilds would all compete for them. She had to admit that even she admired Shifeng's business acumen. There were countless guilds, both large and small, within the White River City region. A rough estimate would put the number at over 1,000. Even if Shifeng earned only 1,000 credits from each of these guilds, he could still earn well over 1,000,000 credits. When she heard of him mention a simplified version, it was clearly meant for average players. There would definitely be countless players purchasing it, so Shifeng would earn quite a lot from them as well. Just by collecting information for a few hours, in addition to his title as the number one of White River City, Shifeng had already made a net profit of several million in a single night. It was possible that only Shifeng was capable of such a feat. I can't help but praise your idea. However, I wish to obtain this information in advance. Of course, I will pay a higher price. To put it another way, I hope that you can delay the information's release for 3 or 4 hours. Not only will I purchase the information at a high price, but I am also willing to pay 1,000,000 credits as a postponement fee. I wonder if that would be possible. Gentle Snow inquired, smiling. A 1,000,000 credits postponement fee, is it? Shifeng was truly shocked. Originally, by contacting Gentle Snow, he merely intended to sell the White River City guidebook to her in advance. He didn't think that Gentle Snow would have a move like this. He could not help but appreciate her intelligence. In actuality, even if Gentle Snow did not pay any compensation, he would still delay the release of the guidebooks by 2 or 3 hours. That way, the credibility of the guidebooks would be even higher. At the same time, it would increase those guilds' urgency. After all, they were already close to reaching level 10, so they were in dire need of information about White River City. Is it not enough? Then 2,000,000 should be fine, right? Gentle Snow wrinkled her eyebrows slightly, feeling that Shifeng was somewhat too greedy for money. No, 1,000,000 is enough. It's just. I wonder if you want the simplified version or the luxury version. Shifeng teased with a laugh. Do you even need to ask? The more detailed, the better. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Shifeng. She was even willing to spend 1,000,000 credits as an extension fee, so would she even lack that kind of money? That would be the luxury version then. I'm selling it for 20,000 credits. As a matter of fact, I still have a super luxury version of the guidebook in my possession. I wonder if Miss Snow would be interested in it. Shifeng smiled as he asked. A super luxury version? How much do you want for it? Gentle Snow responded, slightly contemptuous. 1,000,000. Shifeng said earnestly. The luxury version is selling for 20,000 credits, but you're selling the super luxury version for 1,000,000 credits? Are you taking me for a fool? Gentle Snow accused. How could that be? I've poured my blood into making it. If you don't want it, so be it. It is similarly sufficient to purchase just the luxury version. Shifeng was only filled with kind intentions. He would add some of the truly important information to the super luxury version. For example, information pertaining to the matter of how to quickly develop oneself and information about the various daily quests available in White River City that could quickly increase one's level and reputation. Although it was not a lot of information, the help it provided was still considerable. It was enough to allow Gentle Snow to pull ahead of the other guilds by a great distance. Originally, Shifeng did not intend to sell this information. However, Gentle Snow was a slightly special case. The main reason was that Ouroboros, the guild Gentle Snow belonged to, did not have any conflicts with him. After all, Ouroboros' main power was based in the capital city, Starmoon City. Gentle Snow would, sooner or later, have to head to the capital to continue her development. Right now, he simply offered Gentle Snow a favor. In the future, if he were to meet with trouble, he might even be able to get Gentle Snow to help him. After all, the competition in White River City was bound to be intense. If some large guild intentionally targeted his own while his tasks swamped him, he could ask Gentle Snow for assistance. With Gentle Snow's personality, she would definitely lend him a hand. Also, another reason Shifeng did such a thing was to disperse the attention from himself. Destruction always pursued the great. If there were another, more outstanding, existence around, the various large guilds would shift their line of sight from Shifeng to that existence. Shifeng could kill two birds with one stone with his action, and only Gentle Snow's decision remained as the final hurdle. After a few seconds of silence, Gentle Snow let out a deep sigh as she said, "All right, then. I'll buy it. When can you give it to me?" "In half an hour," Shifeng affirmed. "Good, then. I'll transfer the money to you at that time." Gentle Snow disconnected the call. Standing beside Gentle Snow, Zhao Yueru had heard every word of the conversation. Puzzled, she asked, "Snow, I'm not trying to reprimand you, but although that Yifeng is one of the rare top-tier experts, within only a short few hours, just how much information could he possibly have gathered? Not to mention, that information is even priced at 1 million credits. He is clearly just trying to make a quick buck off of us. That Yifeng is insincere. We have already helped him out so much and even dealt with the matter of Underworld targeting him. Let's have a look at it before we judge," Gentle Snow sighed. In reality, even she did not hold much hope about the information. If it truly contained some valuable information, she would not take too big of a loss, at the very least. Following which, Shifeng also made a similar deal with Stabbing Heart of the Assassin's Alliance. However, he did not offer the super luxury version this time. After all, the Assassin's Alliance's main power was stationed in White River City. He only sold them the information in advance because of the friendship he had with Stabbing Heart. Stabbing Heart naturally knew this, so he was greatly touched by Shifeng's actions. He immediately paid 50,000 credits as gratitude to Shifeng. At the same time, with this information about White River City in hand, Stabbing Heart would also have the confidence to request the higher-ups to review the matter of suppressing Martial Union's development in White River City. That way, Martial Union would not even have the time to find trouble with Shifeng. Soon, another half-hour passed by. Shifeng finally managed to compile and arrange the super-luxury version of the White River City guidebook. He then sent it to Gentle Snow, Blackie, and the other members of his team. With Blackie's power-leveling speed, every member of the team would quickly rise to level 10. They would be much faster than Gentle Snow, so Shifeng had to provide Blackie and the others with a better understanding of White River City ahead of time. Otherwise, they would simply be lost after entering White River City. At this moment, the metal door of the forging room opened, and Seliora walked out. Compared to when she entered the forging room, Seliora clearly felt more fatigued now. Crystal-clear sweat coated her healthy, wheat-colored skin, and she looked like she had just stepped out of a pool of water. Her appearance was utterly seductive. "Here, this item's for you." Seliora took out the book of forging, handing it to Shifeng with great reluctance. She then took out a flame-red flying dart. This flying dart radiated a brilliant red that intoxicated a person's heart. Aside from the epic-ranked greatsword, this item could be called my greatest masterpiece. Due to the quality of the materials being a limiting factor, this item could not achieve epic rank. However, it has still surpassed dark gold rank. You could call it a super dark gold ranked throwing weapon, so you have to cherish it properly. Super dark gold rank? What's that? Doubt-filled Shifeng. If it was dark gold, then it was dark gold. If it was epic, then it was epic. Why would there be a super dark gold rank? Looking at the meaning that Seliora tried to express, this item seemed to possess a special quality between the two ranks. Chapter 179, Pseudo-Extraordinary Attributes. Within Shifeng's memories, there was no mention of a super dark gold rank. However, if a master forger like Seliora called it such, that's what it was. Only, just what kind of attributes would this blazing meteor possess? Are you unsure of what the super dark gold rank is? Seliora was in a very good mood after forging such a masterpiece. Hence, she explained, it is utterly understandable that you have not heard of it. Matters like these are only privy to those old monsters of the Grandmaster Forger rank. Even I discovered it by chance. Indeed, in God's domain, the rank after dark gold is epic. However, between these two ranks, there is a humongous threshold. One could say that items undergo a massive leap in quality when upgraded from dark gold rank to epic rank. Don't you feel that it is strange? Shifeng nodded, deeply expressing his agreement. It was just like Seliora had said. Dark gold equipment was only somewhat stronger than fine gold equipment. However, regarding attributes, epic equipment was several tiers above dark gold equipment. Take the Mavis Guard in Blackie's hands for example. It was far superior to the Silver Lake in Shifeng's hands that possessed attributes rivaling a dark gold weapon. Simply equipping an epic weapon instantly gave Blackie a stronger damage output and attack power than Shifeng's. The power of an epic ranked item was obvious. It seems that you also understand the gap between these two ranks. Seliora revealed a smile, saying, in actuality, epic ranked items possess another name. Another name? This was the first Shifeng had heard of this. That's right, another name. This is also something I found out after researching the book of forging you lent me, coupled with the literature I've collected over the years, Seliora nodded. During the ancient times, epic ranked items were also called extraordinary items. The owners of these items would possess an absolute strength that allowed them to surpass ordinary mortals, thus they were known as extraordinary. Meanwhile, I did not utilize any extraordinary materials in forging the blazing meteor, so it could not become an extraordinary item. However, it can still be considered a pseudo-extraordinary item. A pseudo-extraordinary item? Shifeng started to understand a few points. He could not help but grow even more curious about the attributes of the blazing meteor, which caused Seliora so much excitement. Have a look at it yourself, then. Seliora handed the blazing meteor over to Shifeng, softly saying, a pseudo-extraordinary item is the maximum limit that mortals can achieve with their own power, while this blazing meteor can be considered a masterpiece, the closest thing to an extraordinary item. Shifeng's heart started beating quickly as he heard those words. It was an item that approached the quality of an epic ranked item. Most likely, aside from his magic weapon, the Abyssal Blade, no other item in his possession could rival this blazing meteor. Furthermore, the blazing meteor he received in his previous life was only dark gold rank. He did not expect to obtain a pseudo-extraordinary item in this life. Shifeng immediately received the blazing meteor from Seliora, taking a look at its attributes. Blazing meteor, throwing weapon, dark gold rank. Equipment requirement, strength 120, agility 140. Attack power, player's strength 2. Strength plus 50, agility plus 65, endurance plus 10. Attack speed plus 5. Maximum throwing distance, 45 yards. Ignore levels plus 8. Attack speed increased by 15%. When attacking. 35% chance to ignore target's defense. 30% chance to activate quadruple phantom effect, each phantom causing 50% flame damage. 10% chance to activate knockback effect. 5% chance to activate burning flames effect, dealing 200 flame damage to the target every second for 10 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Additional skill, Flame God's Fury. Deals physical and flame damage to enemies within a 403-yard area. Deals 900% damage to the initial target and damage reduces by 10% with each consecutive enemy hit to a minimum of 500% damage. Cooldown, 3 minutes. The Blazing Meteor was forged by the Grandmaster Forger, Seliora. Due to the limit of its materials, it is only a pseudo-extraordinary item possessing strength at the very limit of mortal men. The Blazing Meteor can be reforged into an epic ranked item after gathering epic ranked fire-type materials. User restriction, Yi Feng. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Shi Feng was instantly dumbfounded when he saw these attributes. As expected of a pseudo-extraordinary item, it was far superior to ordinary dark gold ranked items. As long as Shi Feng's attributes reached the prerequisite and he equipped the Blazing Meteor, his strength would instantly soar by several tiers. After receiving the Blazing Meteor, Shi Feng finally felt that he was a true swordsman. There were 2 variations of the swordsman class, dual-wielding swordsman and two-handed swordsman. At the same time, a swordsman could also equip a long-range throwing weapon. However, a swordsman was still a melee class at its heart, so their ranged attacks were not particularly powerful. A majority of the swordsman players did not pay much attention to ranged throwing weapons. However, Shi Feng heavily relied on his ranged attacks. After all, there were many instances when facing monsters with melee combat was troublesome. If he could switch to ranged attacks, he would have a much easier time. Moreover, there were plenty of shared skills in God's domain. Among them, there were quite a few throwing skills. If Shi Feng could learn a few of them, he would not fall too far behind the other ranged classes. Now that he had the pseudo-extraordinary item, the Blazing Meteor, ranged attacks were no longer one of Shi Feng's weaknesses. Moreover, throwing weapons were not consumable items. Due to the magical ingredients involved in its forging, the Blazing Meteor number of uses were limitless. Whenever a throwing weapon hit an enemy, it would instantly vanish and reappear in the player's hands. It was an extremely convenient function. Unfortunately, Shi Feng's current attributes prevented him from equipping the Blazing Meteor. Only by replacing and upgrading the equipment he currently wore could he achieve the requirements of the Blazing Meteor. After Shi Feng finished reading the Blazing Meteor's introduction, he was suddenly shocked. Seliora was originally a master forger, so why did the introduction describe her as a grandmaster forger? Master Seliora, could it be that you're already a grandmaster forger? Shi Feng looked at Seliora with doubtful eyes. The system introduction could not be faked. If the system displayed it, it must be true. However, that was inconceivable. Seliora, who was not even 30 years of age, had actually become a Grandmaster Forger. There was not a single Grandmaster Forger throughout all of the Star Moon Kingdom. Grandmaster Forgers were existences that stood at the pinnacle of forging in God's domain, and even Tier 5 Apex powerhouses had to suck up to a Grandmaster Forger. Their statuses were no lower than the ruler of a country. Normally, one could only meet a Grandmaster Forger with luck in the capital city of an empire or places like Blackwing City. Meanwhile, the Seliora before him was one such existence. I didn't expect your eyesight to be so sharp. I have indeed become a Grandmaster Forger. However, this is all thanks to you. If you did not lend me the Book of Forging, allowing me to unravel the mysteries that have troubled me for the past several years, it would still be impossible for me to become a Grandmaster. As a thank you, here is my communication crystal. In the future, you can contact me at any time through this item. Seliora nodded, smiling as she spoke. System, Hidden Quest, Search for Seliora, completed, exceeded by aiding Seliora in becoming a Grandmaster Forger. Rewarding player with the Pseudo-Extraordinary item, the Blazing Meteor. Rewarding Seliora's communication crystal. Seliora's favorability increased by 200 points. Reputation in Star Moon Kingdom plus 50. Reputation in White River City plus 300. Obtained the title, Grandmaster's Friend. Forging proficiency increased by 500 points. Rewarding 200,000 EXP. Instantly, Shifeng rose to level 14. Shifeng was stunned for a long time when he saw this series of rewards. Ignoring the fact that, with Seliora's communication crystal, he could often request Seliora to handle certain affairs for him, just the 300 reputation points in White River City would make the purchase of a real estate in White River City much easier. As long as he became a baron, he could purchase private territory in White River City, establishing a guild residence. However, a baron could only purchase the outermost land of White River City. As for Seliora, she had only recently become a Grandmaster Forger, so she intended to go on a journey. She wanted to commemorate her achievement by making her first epic ranked item, so she needed to explore and search for materials. Soon after, Shifeng departed from the smithy. Seeing that the time was just about right, Shifeng posted the White River City guidebook on the official forums, setting the post to publish in 3 hours. He then used the pass to Blackwing City, teleporting there. Shortly after Shifeng departed, another batch of players set foot in White River City. Immediately, White River City region system announcements rang out. Chapter 180, Anonymous Sensation. Ha ha ha. We've finally arrived in White River City. This place looks spectacular. Such amazing NPCs. The moment Blackie and the others arrived in White River City, the amazing sight stunned them all. Their feelings alternated between joy, excitement, and an indescribable sense of pride. Everyone had suddenly arrived in White River City. Aside from Blackie and Lonely Snow, who both remained relatively calm, Cola and the others were in a daze. They thought that they were in a dream. When Fire Dance and Cola regrouped with Blackie, they discovered that Blackie and Lonely Snow had actually brought them to deal with a group of level 20 monsters. At that time, they nearly had heart attacks from the shock. God's Domain was unlike any other virtual reality game, and killing monsters of a higher level in God's Domain was an extremely difficult task. Moreover, their average levels did not even reach level 8. It was simply suicidal for them to challenge a level 20 Swamp Rhino. Yet, Blackie and Lonely Snow immediately dragged their group and charged towards the Swamp Rhinos. The two acted as if the Swamp Rhinos were not level 20 monsters, but level 0 green gnomes awaiting death. However, Fire Dance and Cola could not have imagined what had actually occurred. Blackie instantly roasted the level 20 rhinos Lonely Snow had lured with a single hell flame. It was like the rhinos suffered from some weakening aura. At that time, their experience bars instantly increased by a huge chunk. Looking at this scene, Cola and the others' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in surprise. There was a saying, after 3 days had passed, one could no longer use one's old perspective to judge others. However, that involved the prerequisite of 3 days passing. It had only been several hours since separated from each other, but the growth rate of Blackie and Lonely Snow had switched from ascending by climbing a ladder to ascending by using an elevator. It was as if their growth rates had received hormone injections, increasing by tens of times. Within half an hour, they had all collectively gained a level. When they asked about Blackie and Lonely Snow's levels, Cola and Fire Dance were both utterly shocked. They were both already level 13. This gap made a world of difference. How did Blackie and Lonely Snow suddenly become so powerful? The only possibility they could think of was that their team leader, Shifeng, had power-leveled the two. It was also the only logical explanation for Blackie and Lonely Snow's achievements. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo were both utterly shocked by Shifeng. It would be fine if Shifeng were the only one so powerful. However, their team even had 2 other level 13 powerhouses. Just how powerful was this team? If others discovered this, they might be less shocked by the sky falling. After several hours, Cola and the others reached level 10, one after another. Meanwhile, Blackie and Lonely Snow had both risen to level 14. They acted in accordance with Shi Feng's request, entering White River City and familiarizing themselves with the city. They would then receive some of the rare and daily quests, obtaining some rare items in exchange for the quest's completion. However, shortly after they entered White River City, a system announcement entered their ears. White River City Region System Announcement: 5 players have entered White River City. Activating White River City's ranking list. White River City Region System Announcement: 5 players have entered White River City. Activating White River City's ranking list. White River City Region System Announcement: 5 players have entered White River City. Activating White River City's ranking list. After the announcement repeated thrice, all the players within the White River City region were sent into a daze. What sort of situation was this? More than 5 players have already entered White River City. How long had it been since Shi Feng accomplished that feat? Crap. What did these people eat when they grew up? I've only reached level 8, yet there is already a bunch of level 10s. Can't they play normally? It can't be, right? None of these people are guild players. How could they all be independent players? Ha ha ha. Too awesome. Didn't those guilds think they were very amazing? This will teach them that independent players like us are still the strongest. Why haven't I heard of these people before? Just who are these people? Moreover, they even entered White River City together. They can't be players of the same party, right? Players throughout the White River City region discussed Blackie and the others' entrance to White River City and the activation of the regional ranking list. The players on the ranking list were, without a doubt, everyone's focus right now. Investigate. I want to know just who these people are immediately. They are all independent players. Immediately contact them. Even if we have to give them official positions, we must recruit them into our guild. The various large guilds all felt a heavy pressure weighing down on them. The ranking list should have been a competition between the various large guilds, yet, it now belonged to a group of independent players. Moreover, they had taken hold of the top 6 positions. This utterly embarrassed these large guilds. Right now, these guilds needed to recruit these independent players into their guilds. That way, these guilds' names would also appear on the ranking list. Meanwhile, Blackie and Lonely Snow obeyed Shi Feng's previous request. The moment they entered White River City, the system asked if they wanted to place their names on the ranking list. They both immediately rejected the offer. However, it was not a big deal for Cola and the other 5 members of the team. It was a good chance to cause panic in those large guilds, and they could increase their fame while doing so. After all, Cola and the others were still level 10. It was an expected level. However, if Blackie and Lonely Snow add their names to the ranking list, it would be a double-edged sword, bringing them fame while also poisoning their lives. Right now, these large guilds could understand Cola and the others reaching level 10. However, if 2 level 14 players suddenly appeared on the ranking list, no amount of brainpower could allow these guilds to make sense of things. Just leveling up from level 9 to level 10 would require more than an entire day's grinding. It was understandable if Blackie and Lonely Snow had powerful techniques and found a good leveling spot. However, a gap of 4 levels would simply provoke these guilds. They would create unscrupulous ways to obtain this leveling secret. Right now, if Blackie and Lonely Snow displayed their names on the ranking list, they would gain the enmity of every single player in the White River City region. Why isn't Yifeng's name there? Moreover, why do these names seem so familiar? Gentle Snow opened the ranking list, discovering that the top 6 players were all uniformly level 10. However, the number 1 position did not belong to Shi Feng, but a player named Fire Dance. Moreover, Shi Feng's name was not among the top 6 level 10 players at all. This situation confused Gentle Snow greatly. Snow, aren't Cola, Drowsy Sloth, and Gluttonous Mouse Yi Feng's teammates? They even left their names with ours at the Dark Moon Graveyard. I never thought that their leveling speed would be so fast. Zhao Yueru quickly recognized the names on the ranking list. This scene had shocked her. After all, she had a clear understanding of the background of these players. They were definitely noobs of God's domain, and they were not even close to being experts. The first time they met was at the Deathly Forest, and at that time, they were simply noobs that Shifeng had randomly chosen to party with. The second time they met, though their levels had not equaled hers, the gap between them had somewhat shrunk. Now, however, they had surpassed her. It was unbelievable. After receiving Zhao Yueru's reminder, sudden realization struck Gentle Snow. As a result, the usually calm and confident Gentle Snow, at this moment, revealed a look of surprise and bewilderment. Yifeng, just who are you? Gentle Snow could not help but inwardly wonder. Leading a group of noobs into becoming the focal point of the entire White River City, just how did Shifeng do it? Also, Shifeng, his good friend Blackie, and Lonely Snow had actually refrained from displaying their names on the ranking list. Gentle Snow could not understand this action. After all, the noobs that Shifeng had personally led had all risen to level 10. She did not believe that his good friend, Blackie, and Lonely Snow had not become level 10. The only possibility was that they hid their levels. But why would they want to hide their levels? Wasn't this a good chance to increase their reputation? Why would they hide them? What was there to gain? Suddenly, Gentle Snow thought of a possibility, or better yet, the only possibility. After she thought of this possibility, Gentle Snow involuntarily shuddered. Chapter 181, A Joke. One had to admit that virtual reality was extremely realistic. There was only a small change to Gentle Snow's expression, yet, Zhao Yueru immediately discovered it. Snow, what's wrong? Zhao Yueru worriedly asked. It was the first time she had seen such a surprised look on Gentle Snow. Although it was indeed unexpected that the group of noobs had become the level 10 players, it shouldn't be that much of a surprise to Gentle Snow. It's nothing. I just thought of some matters, that's all. Gentle Snow waved her hand, dismissing Zhao Yueru's concern. Gentle Snow paid no attention to Cola and the others who entered White River City, nor did she care that they had taken the top 6 spots on the ranking list. What she was truly concerned about were Shifeng and his friends' levels. If it were really as she imagined, becoming friends with Shifeng was a very wise decision. Elsewhere, when Unstable Devastation and Fire Dance's past companions saw the ranking list, they were all dumbfounded. This was especially true for Fire Dance's past companions. Not only had Fire Dance reached level 10, but Water Buffalo had also risen to level 10. As a result, envy and regret ate at their hearts. If they had chosen to follow Fire Dance and join Shifeng's team, they would be their team members right now. They enjoyed the envy and admiration of all players throughout the White River City region, a situation that many dreamt of experiencing. Unfortunately, they were no longer related to this matter. As they looked at the ranking list, they tried to contact Fire Dance and Water Buffalo. They all tried to apologize, and they wished that they could mend and recover their past relationships. After all, this was only a game, there was no need to be so serious, and they had only been joking. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo had received their calls. However, they merely gave a single reply. There is no point crying over spilled milk. I do not wish to stay in touch in the future. Did they think that pushing off their actions as a joke would resolve everything? Now, that really was a joke. Fire Dance's and Water Buffalo's words had unquestionably shattered their final hopes, sending them spiraling into a sea of endless regrets. As for Unstable Devastation, envy nearly drove him mad. He clearly remembered that his team had killed Cola's group of 3 once before, their levels dropping to level 7. When they met in Red Leaf Town's fountain, they were still level 7. On the other hand, Unstable Devastation's level had dropped to level 8 after dying once. During these past several hours, he had frantically grinded monsters and was about to reach level 9. Yet, Cola's group had all reached level 10 during this same period. Just what sort of leveling speed was this? At first, it was Shifeng who had reached level 10. Now, even Cola and the others had risen to level 10. There was definitely something fishy about this. There must be some sort of method that allowed them to reach level 10 quickly. Shifeng obviously knew this method. It might even be some gigantic bug in the game. However, Unstable Devastation could do nothing against Shifeng. He had no way to force this secret out of Shifeng. Suddenly, an idea popped up in Unstable Devastation's head. If he published this matter on the official forums, revealing this bug, the system might punish Shifeng for exploiting it. On the other hand, if it were not a bug, the other guilds would definitely not let go of this great chance to rise to level 10 swiftly. They would force Shifeng to reveal this leveling method. If Shifeng kept his lips sealed, he would make enemies out of every guild in the White River City region. Meanwhile, if he revealed this leveling method and the system fixed it, it would similarly enrage the various guilds. Regardless what Shifeng did, he could no longer continue mingling in the White River City region. However, Unstable Devastation could not allow Shifeng to take any of these actions yet. Yi Feng, no man is wise all the time. I have finally grasped a hold of your weakness. Unstable Devastation grew excited. As long as he used this move to threaten Shifeng, Shifeng would obediently hand over the secret. Immediately after, Unstable Devastation sent Shifeng a communication request. The first time, Shifeng did not pick up. The second time, Shifeng did not pick up. Unstable Devastation made more than 10 consecutive calls to Shifeng, however, Shifeng did not answer any of them. As a result, Unstable Devastation nearly vomited blood in anger. However, when he thought of his beautiful future, he endured. Finally, after sending over 40 communication requests, the call finally connected. You're annoying. Can't you learn your lesson after so many rejections? Are you a pig? Must I give you a scolding before you are satisfied? I don't have anything to say to you. Go, play around wherever you want, and don't come bothering me. Shifeng immediately started cursing the moment he picked up the call. Originally, he had been conducting business with Aqua Rose, in a good mood. However, one after another, Unstable Devastation's calls endlessly pestered him, interrupting Shifeng's good mood. At first, Shifeng thought that Unstable Devastation would give up after a few rejections. However, Shifeng never thought that there would be no end to the disturbances. Hence, after telling Aqua Rose that he had some matters he needed to attend to for a moment, he looked for a place without people and gave Unstable Devastation a good scolding, soothing his mood. He then placed Unstable Devastation on his blacklist, preventing Unstable Devastation to further annoying him. Yi Feng, you dare to cut my call. After making over 40 calls, Unstable Devastation burned with anger. Now that Shifeng had insulted him, his blood boiled and his face turned crimson. The blood vessels in his face had nearly burst. However, just when he was about to curse at Shifeng, the call disconnected. This thoroughly enraged Unstable Devastation, and immediately, he called Shifeng again. However, this time, his calls did not even ring. He was on Shifeng's blacklist. Unstable Devastation nearly fainted in anger. He had wasted so much time trying to call Shifeng, yet, the only thing he got in return was a scolding. Shifeng had even blacklisted him. How was he supposed to threaten Shifeng now? How was he going to force Shifeng's obedience? Unstable Devastation immediately directed one of his subordinates to contact Shifeng. After attempting to contact Shifeng a few more times, the call finally connected. Unstable Devastation subordinate then pressed the multi-party button that allowed others to participate in the conversation. Who are you? Shi Feng asked. Yi Feng, you've finally picked up. I have in my hands your speed leveling secret. If you don't wish to become an enemy of the entire White River City region, obey my wishes. Otherwise, I'll post the evidence on the official forums. I'm thinking that many guilds would be interested in your teammates' leveling secret, and they will go all out to deal with you. This time, Unstable Devastation spoke his piece quickly, fearing that Shi Feng would hang up on him again. I asked, who are you? What's the point of all this nonsense? Are you a pig? Shi Feng demanded. You're the pig. Everyone in your whole family is a pig. I am Unstable Devastation. I know that you have some secret to your team's leveling speed. You need to understand the situation you're in right now. If you dare continue to speak to me with such a tone, I'll release this secret of yours to everyone else. All the players in the entire White River City region will start trouble, and the various large guilds will hunt you down to learn your secret. When that happens, there will no longer be any place for you in God's domain. Unstable Devastation hated being called an idiot. Now that Shi Feng had repeatedly called him a pig, he could no longer endure it. So, you really are a pig. Hello, pig. Goodbye, pig. Shi Feng immediately disconnected the call, blacklisting the new character ID as well. Shi Feng had never been a person to feel threatened by others, and regarding Unstable Devastation's threat, he paid no mind to it at all. The only reason he did not let Blackie and Lonely Snow reveal themselves was to avoid unnecessary trouble from those various large guilds, as that would delay their development. However, if there really were a need for a battle, he would not shrink from it. In fact, they could all bring it on if they wanted. The final winner and loser had yet to be determined. Master Black Flame, it looks like you have met with some trouble. As an ally of yours, why don't you let Twilight Echo deal with it for you? The graceful Aqua Rose suddenly walked over, smiling at Shi Feng as she offered her assistance. Chapter 182, Clue about the God Slayer. As Shi Feng's call had been set to private, outsiders could not listen in on his conversation with Unstable Devastation. However, although Aqua Rose could not hear what Shi Feng said, she could clearly feel the killing intent radiating off of his body. To become friends with Shi Feng, deepening their relationship, Aqua Rose would not let this chance pass her by. Thus, she made her offer. Shi Feng understood Aqua Rose's intentions. He simply smiled at her and said, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Aqua. It isn't anything big, only an annoying fly that I can kill with a slap at any time. We should continue with our business talks." At Shi Feng's immediate rejection, Aqua Rose could do nothing but relent. After which, the two returned to their private room in the restaurant. At this moment, however, another male youth had appeared in the private room. This person was a knight geared with heavy armor. Based on his appearance, this man was obviously a shield warrior. A bone shield hung at his back, coupled with an exquisite, black-colored battle axe. These two pieces of equipment looked extraordinary, and one could easily tell that they were secret silver rank. Moreover, this man was similar to Aqua Rose, in which they were both level 9. "Why are you here, Brilliant?" Aqua Rose asked, surprised at his sudden appearance. "I only worry that others will try to scam you, so I came to check up on you. Last time, you spent tens of millions of credits and returned with only a pile of worthless scrap paper. This incident invoked many elders' dissatisfaction. This time, you spent another large sum of money and manpower to purchase various ores and materials. Moreover, you didn't even notify the elders about any of your actions. They are furious right now. I'm here to tell you that, at the very least, you need their approvals in the future before you take action. Come back with me and offer them an explanation for now. Otherwise, those elders will make your life difficult in the future." The man named Brilliant War God shot Shifeng a glare. He had always treated Aqua Rose as his own woman. Meanwhile, the black-hooded Shifeng before him was a small character, beneath his notice. Yet, this small character actually dared to have a tryst with Aqua Rose. Immediately, Brilliant War God tugged on Aqua Rose's hand, intending to take her from this place. Shifeng merely shrugged at Brilliant War God's provocation. He did not mind this man with the IQ of a monkey in the least. He simply took it as watching a monkey show. Aqua Rose slapped away Brilliant War God's hand, her crescent eyebrows wrinkling slightly. She had only managed to secure her relationship with Shifeng after much difficulty and was just about to enter a proper business discussion. She did not expect Brilliant War God to find out about it and actually came running to interrupt her. If it weren't for her and Brilliant War God's families having friendly ties, she would not pay him any attention. Brilliant, I have important matters to discuss. Return by yourself for now. As for the matter of the guild elders, I'll give them an explanation when I return, Aqua Rose said impatiently. For her trades with Shifeng, she always used her own money and people. The guild elders had no right to interfere, nor did they have the ability. Not to mention, she was an honorary elder of the guild, so her station was similar to theirs, they had no right to involve themselves in her matters. They were merely envious that she had earned a lot of money, and they all wanted a share of the pie. Seeing Aqua Rose's attitude, Brilliant War God could only give up his efforts. Since you don't wish to go, I'll stay by your side to protect you. It'll destroy others' ideas of taking advantage of you. Brilliant War God glanced at Shifeng, his tone filled with ill intent as he spoke. Aqua Rose became furious at his words. She and Shifeng were going to discuss extremely confidential trade secrets. How could she allow Brilliant War God to listen in? No, you should return, Aqua Rose spoke, her tone frosty. Hearing Aqua Rose, Brilliant War God grew even more indignant. He sent a wrathful glare at Shifeng, sending a message to Shifeng secretly. I am an elder of Twilight Echo. Brat, you better know your place and scram. Aqua is my plaything, so you are not allowed to contact her again. You should know the consequences if I discover that you've done otherwise. Brilliant War God was usually a tyrant of a man, and nobody dared defy him due to his identity. Whenever he met with a situation, he simply needed to announce his identity, and others would immediately flee with their tails between their legs. Now that he had spoken, Shifeng would be no exception to this. After Shifeng saw this message, he involuntarily laughed. It seemed that this Brilliant War God had arrived to cause trouble without understanding the situation, saying that he had the IQ of a monkey gave him too much credit. His actual IQ might not even equal a dog's. With such a wealthy prince in the guild, it was no wonder Twilight Echo could not develop itself in the early stages of the game. It was actually due to the presence of this fool. Miss Aqua, I have something that I'd like you to see, Shifeng smiled. Aqua Rose grew very curious. Just what did Shifeng have to show her this time? Since Brilliant War God dared threaten Shifeng in such a way, Shifeng would act in kind. He forwarded Brilliant War God's message to Aqua Rose. Shifeng wanted this fool to know that one should be careful with their words and messages. Otherwise, accidents could occur. Brilliant War God. Get out of my sight immediately. I don't wish to see you ever again. I will definitely tell uncle and auntie about this matter. Regarding the marriage affairs between our two families, don't even think about it from this moment onwards. Aqua Rose's complexion was instantly livid the moment she read the message. She already disliked Brilliant War God. Now, not to mention publicly trying to drive Shifeng away, he even dared call her his plaything. Brilliant War God was confused. Before he could even wonder why Aqua Rose wanted to sever their relationship, she had already kicked him from the private room. I'm sorry that you had to see such a joke, Aqua Rose apologized. It's nothing. I'm used to such matters. Not minding matters at all, Shifeng said, let's continue discussing about our trade, then. At this moment, Brilliant War God started loudly cursing outside the door, saying, "Black Flame, you despicable little man. You actually dare frame me. Get out here right now if you have the ability. I challenge you to a duel. The loser clears their level back to 0. Do you dare accept it?" "What? You can frame me, but can't accept my challenge." Just as Shifeng and Aqua Rose were about to resume their business talks, Brilliant War God finally came to a realization. It turned out that Shifeng had forwarded his message to Aqua Rose. He really did not think that such an incident would occur. His past actions, which had never failed him, were actually useless against Shifeng. However, to redeem himself, he could only insist that Shifeng had framed him. "Master Black Flame, I am truly sorry about this. I'll chase him away immediately." This was the first time Aqua Rose had realized that Brilliant War God was so obnoxious, his IQ was even in the negatives. With the existence of the main God system, how could players possibly modify others' messages and IDs? No need. "I have my own faults in this matter, so let me deal with it." Shifeng rose from his seat, walking out of the private room. "Black Flame, you despicable little man, you finally dare to show yourself. If you are a man, accept my challenge. If you lose, you will explain to Aqua Rose that you framed me. Do you dare accept?" Brilliant War God jeered. "What if you lose?" Shifeng laughed. "Ha ha ha. Can I even lose?" Brilliant War God was incomparably arrogant. He took out a map, saying disdainfully, "If you really are lucky enough to win, this item will be yours to keep. I only obtained this map after I organized a team of hundreds of elites to kill a wild level 10 Lord-ranked boss. This was the only item it dropped." Initially, Shifeng had little to no interest in the map Brilliant War God held. After all, he had a clear understanding of God's domain. If it were a map obtained in some other country, it held no meaning to him at all. However, the moment Shifeng spotted the symbol of an ash blade on the back of the map, it instantly roused his interest. The ash blade was the mark of the God Slayer. Normally, only items related to the God Slayer bear such mark. "Master Black Flame, you can't agree to him. He is a shield warrior, so he has a massive innate advantage when dealing with physical type classes. Moreover, the diamond guard he wears is a level 9 mysterious iron set equipment. His weapon and shield are also level 9 mysterious iron ranked items, and he has over 1400 HP. Moreover, Brilliant War God has powerful techniques, himself, even 2 to 3 physical type class experts attacking together wouldn't be his match." Aqua Rose hurriedly stopped Shifeng. It was simply a farce for a swordsman to duel a shield warrior. Moreover, Black Flame was only a forger, his battle prowess was subpar at best. "What? Afraid?" Brilliant War God jeered as he glared at Shifeng. "Alright, I'll agree," Shifeng smiled. Chapter 183, Special Condition. "What did you say?" Brilliant War God was stunned. "Of course, I accept your challenge," Shifeng smiled. After Shifeng's reaffirmation, Brilliant War God knew that he did not hear wrong. Originally, he had thought that Shifeng would immediately reject his challenge after learning how fearsome he was. He had even been in the midst of thinking of a way to provoke or anger Shifeng into accepting his challenge. However, it would seem that he had simply been wasting his time. He had actually met a fool with mental issues. Aqua Rose had explained to Shifeng how amazing he was, yet this person still happily agreed. However, this situation was fine as well. It would save him plenty of trouble. "I didn't think that you would have the guts. Since you've accepted, let's take this outside. Rest assured, I'll give you a quick and painless death, and I won't embarrass you too much." Ha ha ha. Saying so, Brilliant War God laughed as he headed towards the restaurant's exit. "Master Black Flame, you really shouldn't agree to him. Although he usually bullies others with his authority, his strength ranks within the top 5 amongst all the shield warriors in Echo Twilight. Moreover, the Diamond Guard set equipment he just obtained is Mysterious Iron rank, while his giant bear war axe is Secret Silver rank. On the other hand, you are a swordsman. You also focus on your subclass as a forger. Dueling him would only be a farce, Aqua Rose said worriedly as she walked over to Shifeng. Aqua Rose had a clear understanding of Brilliant Wargod's strength. If he had the chance, he would humiliate Shifeng in every way possible to take revenge for the previous incident. If Shifeng were humiliated, how could she continue her cooperation with Shifeng? She had already spent so much effort and purchased so many forging materials. Originally, she could have earned a big sum of money by cooperating with Shifeng. Now, however, Brilliant Wargod ruined it all. She wished that she could chop Brilliant Wargod into pieces right this instant. Miss Aqua, thank you for informing me of this. I already understand the situation, Shifeng thanked. It's good that you understand, Aqua Rose sighed in relief when she heard Shifeng. Now, everything would be fine as long as she drove Brilliant Wargod away. Originally, Aqua Rose wanted to say, let me deal with this matter, then. However, Shifeng interrupted her, saying, you can rest assured that I will settle this battle very quickly. Finished speaking, Shifeng exited the restaurant as well, leaving behind a dazed Aqua Rose. After wasting her breath for so long, it turned out that Shifeng did not understand her at all. On the contrary, he even headed to the duel with confidence. Aqua Rose started to suspect that she had misspoken, causing Shifeng to think that Brilliant Wargod was extremely weak. In a city, duels could normally be conducted on the streets. However, both parties must agree to the rules and conditions before the duel could occur. Otherwise, it was only an attack, and the guards would personally kill and jail the player initiating the attack. The moment Shifeng set foot out of the restaurant, Brilliant Wargod sent the duel challenge. Moreover, the rewards and punishments were already set, and only Shifeng's agreement was necessary to start the duel officially. As the rules were absolute, once both sides agreed to them, there was no escaping the rewards or punishments. Even if players were unwilling to hand over the items gambled, the system would still automatically transfer the items to the winner. The loser would similarly receive the punishment agreed upon before the duel. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that Brilliant Wargod had a truly cruel heart. The condition set for the loser was an immediate drop to level 0, destroying their leveling efforts over the past several days. The loser would also have a huge level gap with the majority of the current players. It would be extremely difficult for the loser to catch up. If there are no problems, click the agree button. Brilliant Wargod smiled coldly. Shifeng gave the conditions a general glance. After confirming that there were no problems, he clicked agree. Let's start this meaningless battle, then. Immediately after Shifeng clicked agree, gigantic numbers appeared floating in midair. It was the 10-second countdown timer for the start of the duel, and players were given this time to prepare for the upcoming battle. Ha ha ha. Little brat, although this duel will be extremely boring, since you've dared slander me in front of Aqua Rose, this young master will make things a little more fun. I'll let you know what the difference in strength truly is and how it feels to painfully struggle. Brilliant Wargod retrieved his shield and one-handed axe from his back, his face revealing a sinister smile. He looked just like a hungry wolf hunting its prey, and a red glint flashed in his eyes as he glared at Shifeng. Only at this moment did Aqua Rose exit the restaurant. Looking at Brilliant Wargod's appearance, her expression immediately sank. I'm finished, Aqua Rose already despaired. Not mentioning the fact that Shifeng would definitely lose, Brilliant Wargod's current condition was extremely dangerous. There might even be the possibility that he would drive Shifeng insane, trapping Shifeng in fear for a long time. Brilliant Wargod would very rarely display such an ability. The last time Aqua Rose saw Brilliant Wargod in such a condition, countless corpses littered around his feet, he had massacred a small guild with several hundreds of players. She did not think that Brilliant War God would fall into this madness today. Brilliant War God was extremely arrogant in his usual battles, and he would laugh madly as he fought. Only when he entered an extremely incited condition would he occasionally reveal such a sinister and cruel appearance. During such times, Brilliant War God was a lunatic, filled with unruliness. His battle prowess would also increase by several folds. In such a state, Brilliant War God was a truly bloodthirsty berserker. If even the normal Brilliant War God ranked within the top 5 shield warriors in Twilight Echo, it was uncertain where the current Brilliant War God might rank. It was possible that even the number 1 ranking shield warrior in Twilight Echo, Lonely Leaf, might not be a match for him. Very quickly, the 10-second preparation time ended. Little brat, I'll first cripple all 4 of your limbs. I'll turn you into a crawling worm, then toy with you slowly. Brilliant War God lifted his bone shield while his other hand wielded the giant bear war axe. His face revealed a sinister smile as he charged at Shifeng. Brilliant War God's current appearance did not resemble anything human. Instead, he looked more like a lunatic possessed by a demon. After entering this crazed state, Brilliant War God became extraordinary fast and nimble. He charged Shifeng head-on. However, when Shifeng sent a sword stabbing at him, Shifeng's sword merely penetrated the afterimage left behind by Brilliant War God. I'll first cripple your right arm. Brilliant War God suddenly appeared at Shifeng's right, his giant bear war axe abruptly descending and slashing at Shifeng's right arm. By the side, Aqua Rose's complexion turned terrifyingly pale. After seeing Shifeng taking action, she immediately knew that Shifeng was not strong at all, just as she had expected. However, it was an ordinary situation after all. To become Starmoon Kingdom's number 1 forger, Shifeng must have spent a lot of his effort on forging. Where would he find the time to increase his battle techniques? Even if Shifeng were an expert in some other virtual reality game, it would not be the same in God's domain. After entering God's domain, even the experts of other virtual reality games would only be slightly stronger than others. A lot of time was necessary to sharpen oneself in God's domain, and one needed to constantly battle monsters to improve. However, Shifeng clearly did not possess that much time. Brilliant War God would torture Shifeng here and now. He would fall into mental derangement for a long period. Even if he did not go crazy, he would be in a daze for a long time. How was she supposed to continue their trade with Shifeng in such a state? It seems that I can only wait longer, Aqua Rose said helplessly as she looked at the right arm Brilliant War God targeted. Surprisingly, however, Shifeng did not scream in pain. Chapter 184, Absolute Suppression. At this moment, Brilliant War God's giant bear war axe left a deep red streak across Shifeng's arm. In God's domain, although players would not receive high damages when their limbs were attacked, they would feel a faint numbing feeling in their limbs. Moreover, the numbing effect lasted for quite some time. During this time, players' reactions would slow down, affecting their battle conditions and slightly reducing their battle prowess. However, players would rarely attack limbs when they piked others, as there was no meaning to such an action. Compared to attacking the limbs, the body was a much easier target. After all, it was much easier to defend against an attack aimed at the limbs. Moreover, the limbs were much more nimble than the body, making them harder to hit. Most importantly, however, attacking vital points on the body would cause much more damage. Normally, only when experts piked new players, would experts use such an attack method to toy with the new players. Right now, Brilliant War God clearly intended to toy with Shifeng. However, although Shifeng had been hurt, he did not scream in pain as expected. This utterly surprised Aqua Rose. Shifeng was, after all, only a forger. In God's domain, he would be the equivalent of a civilian worker, and his pain tolerance would be very low. Even if he were a battle veteran of God's domain, his face would at least twitch, and he would suck in a light breath when he received an attack. No matter how she looked at it, with Shifeng's subclass as a forger, he should at least make a sound as he was hit. Was it possible that Shifeng had turned off his pain perception completely? Normally, experts would maintain their pain perception at 30%, and only the newcomers and noobs would turn it off as they could not endure the pain. However, a majority of the players in God's domain would maintain it around 20%. No matter how one looked at Shifeng, he was by no means a newcomer or a noob, so it was impossible that he would turn off his pain perception completely. Yet, his arm sustained the hit just now, but not the slightest hint of pain showed on his face. On the contrary, a smile filled his face right now. This was simply too abnormal. However, Brilliant War God paid no mind to these matters. Although he felt that something was missing, such as the screams of pain, that would not deter his continued attacks on Shifeng. Axe swing after axe swing landed on Shifeng's four limbs, and after a full 5 seconds, Brilliant War God nearly roared with excitement from his ceaseless attacking. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose's shock grew as she stood a distance away and watched the scene before her. Black Flame, which location's god are you? However, she was not shocked due to how precise Brilliant War God's crazy attacks were. Instead, she was shocked by the HP bar above Shifeng. Brilliant War God's frantic attacks barely reduced Shifeng's HP. As of this moment, Shifeng had only lost 10% of his total HP. On the contrary, after 5 seconds passed, Shifeng's HP once again rose to 95%. The most shocking thing to Aqua Rose was how little damage Brilliant War God inflicted on Shifeng. Although Brilliant War God was a shield warrior, and his damage was much less than a berserker with the same standards, at the end of the day, Brilliant War God still wore a set of level 9 mysterious iron set equipment. He also wielded the secret silver rank giant bear war axe, so his attack power was no less than a normal level 9 berserker. Even though Brilliant War God did not use any skills, his normal attacks failed to cause over -15 damage with each strike. Wasn't Shifeng's defense a little too frightening? Why do you still have so much HP? Brilliant War God, who had attacked all this time, suddenly stilled his hands. He had wanted to see Shifeng's suffering expression, yet, he was immediately shocked to discover that Shifeng did not lose much HP at all. He then looked at his damage log, discovering a series of damages that was only around -10. You have keen reactions, precise attacks, good battle techniques, above average standards, and you're capable of activating extraordinary condition. It's as expected of Twilight Echo's 5th ranking shield warrior. Shifeng made a general deduction of Brilliant War God standards. He then said with a smile, since you're done attacking, it should be my turn now. Shifeng was currently level 14 while Brilliant War God was only level 9. In God's domain, if players and monsters had a level gap of 3 levels, then due to the level suppression, players would have their damage reduced by around 50%. Meanwhile, in a situation where both sides consisted of players, the party with the lower level would have their damage reduced by 65%. If the gap grew to 5 levels, then there would be an 80% damage reduction. For 10 levels and above, the damage reduction was 95% and above. In addition, Shifeng currently wore the Silvermoon set equipment, so his defense was very high, to begin with. After he had risen to level 14, his endurance attribute increased just beyond 80 points, activating the hidden passive skill for endurance, basic body strengthening. With this passive skill, all attacks causing less than 50 damage were greatly weakened, his battle recovery rate would slightly increase, and his stamina recovery would slightly improve as well. Due to the damage Brilliant War God caused him being extremely low, his battle recovery could replenish most of his lost HP in one shot. This was the specialty of virtual reality games. Due to the gap in levels and attributes, the disparity in strength was worlds apart. Brilliant War God was obviously unaware of this. Stop bluffing. You're merely a blockhead with high defense. Watch how I'll get rid of you and send you back to level 0. Regret becoming my enemy. Brilliant War God did not and would not believe that Shifeng could retaliate. He raised his giant bear war axe, sending a fierce slash towards Shifeng's chest. Brilliant War God no longer fooled around. He wanted to get rid of Shifeng instantly like a fierce gale, so he coupled his attack with a skill. However, standing at a distance, Aqua Rose did not think that Shifeng bluffed at all. Since the start of the battle, Shifeng had waved his sword only once, then stood without moving, allowing Brilliant War God to attack him for an entire 5 seconds continuously. 5 seconds. Even the weakest players could attack or defend many times within this amount of time. Yet, Shifeng chose to do nothing at all. The moment Brilliant War God's giant bear axe passed through Shifeng's body, Brilliant War God involuntarily revealed a cold smile. His belief that Shifeng only bluffed was reaffirmed. After image. Brilliant War God immediately noticed that sensation of his axe passing through Shifeng felt odd. At this moment, he realized that the Shifeng before him was simply an afterimage. He then spun, searching for Shifeng's position. At this moment, Shifeng had already arrived at Brilliant War God's back. His movements were silent as if he did not exist at all. Shifeng's right hand twitched, and the abyssal blade lightly pierced through Brilliant War God's back. A hole appeared in the hard armor that Brilliant War God wore, and the shield warrior instantly felt his heart cool to freezing temperatures. Brilliant War God felt an immense pain in his chest. Since when had a young master like himself experienced such a degree of pain? Immediately, he released an agonizing scream as a damage of over -300 appeared above his head. With a single hit, Brilliant War God lost over a fifth of his total HP. Such speed and attack power. Aqua Rose had distinctly witnessed it from a distance, and her shock-filled eyes involuntarily blinked as a result. She did not think that Shifeng, as a forger, would actually be so amazing in battle. His attack power was simply inhumane. Because of the equipment he possessed, Brilliant War God's defense was frightening. Yet, Shifeng's normal attack dealt over -300 damage to the warrior. Between the two of them, be it defense or attack power, Brilliant War God was far from Shifeng's equal. The disparity in strength was clear for all to behold. The two of them were on completely different levels. It was simply unbelievable. Even with Brilliant War God standards, there was still an evident gap in strength between him and Shifeng. This fight had completely renewed Aqua Rose's recognition of God's domain. After stabbing Brilliant War God once, Shifeng did not give Brilliant War God any chances. He once again waved the abyssal blade, sending a chop at Brilliant War God's body. Shifeng landed a triple damage critical attack, causing over -2,400 damage and instantly killing Brilliant War God. Chapter 185, Ruined Mountain Range. Shifeng pulled back his sword, sliding it back into its scabbard. Immediately after, an agonizing wail resounded throughout the streets. Brilliant War God stared Shifeng with eyes filled with poisonous hatred. However, there was also a thread of fear hidden within that hatred. After all, Shifeng had only used a single swordsman's skill, chop, to kill him instantly. Brilliant War God's past confidence and arrogance had, at this moment, shattered. He quietly watched as his HP frantically decreased, and in the blink of an eye, he only had 1 HP remaining. Brilliant War God fell to his knees, his eyes filled with shock and fear. As this was only a duel, Brilliant War God could escape death this time. However, as Brilliant War God regained some of his spirit, he finally understood Shifeng's comment of this would be a boring battle. At that time, Brilliant War God had still thought that it was Shifeng's arrogance, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. In reality, however. No. Brilliant War God exclaimed as he noticed his levels swiftly decreasing. In the blink of an eye, he had already fallen to level 0. Although duels would not allow players to die, the punishment the losing party received would not be altered in the slightest. The sinister punishment Brilliant War God had previously set for Shifeng had all come biting back at him. The system also transferred the map he gambled into Shifeng's inventory. This time, not only had he dug his own grave, but he also bought his own coffin, suffering twice the loss. Miss Aqua, I'm done. Let's continue our talks. Shifeng looked towards Aqua Rose with a smile as he spoke. Brilliant War God glared at Shifeng with a malicious expression, his teeth gnashing. Immediately after Shifeng turned his back on Brilliant War God, the Shield Warrior took out a Tier 1 magic scroll, using it on Shifeng. Black Flame, Die. The Tier 1 magic scroll that Brilliant War God used was a flame-type spell called Flame Spear. The scroll contained a relatively strong, single-target, destructive spell. In any case, Brilliant War God had already fallen to level 0. He would not suffer a loss if the guards captured and jailed him. At worst, he would just have to delete his account and start all over again. It would be acceptable if he could kill Shifeng and appease his hatred. Careful. Aqua Rose warned. Shifeng did not expect Brilliant War God to be insane enough to dare attack him in the middle of Blackwing City. However, due to the short distance between them, it was too late by the time Shifeng realized Brilliant War God's actions. The flame spear instantly struck Shifeng's back, and Brilliant War God revealed a sinister smile as his attack landed. This flame spear was Brilliant War God's trump card. It was capable of causing up to 2000 flame damage to a single target. Even if Shifeng were amazing, he was a single swordsman. How high could his HP be? It would already be heaven-defying if he had 1200 HP. With this 2000 damage, Shifeng would unquestionably die. After the raging flames dissipated, Shifeng's HP madly fell. Ha ha ha. So what if you are amazing? Since you dared provoke this young master, only death awaits you. Brilliant War God laughed loudly as he watched Shifeng's full HP trickle to 0. Brilliant War God, you are too despicable. With this action, Aqua Rose finally saw through to Brilliant War God's true self. She did not think that he would be such despicable filth without even the most basic self-respect. Despicable. The victor becomes king, whereas the loser becomes a bandit. He can only blame himself for his own lack of skills. Brilliant War God sneered as he spoke. However, Brilliant War God's smile quickly faded the moment he discovered that Shifeng's HP had stopped decreasing after reaching 20%. Why? Why aren't you dead? Looking at Shifeng standing there, Brilliant War God retreated several steps, his trembling finger pointed at Shifeng as he panicked. This, you don't need to know. However, since you've dared take action here, I'm guessing that you're prepared to receive your punishment, Shifeng softly said. He chuckled as he clapped at the flames remaining on his body, extinguishing them. The damage caused by the flame spear could indeed kill a level 14 player with one hit. However, Shifeng was different. He possessed 20 points of fire resistance. He also had the basic body strengthening passive skill activated, which would somewhat increase some of the hidden magic resistance. In addition, Shifeng currently had a maximum HP of 1840 points, so a single flame spear was not enough to kill him. To put it another way, Tier 1 magic had no possibility of killing him with a single hit. At most, it would gravely injure him. Impossible. Brilliant War God was completely dumbfounded by this scene. After all, that was the most powerful Tier 1 magic scroll he had in his possession. It can't be, right? Aqua Rose was similarly shocked. Fire-type magic possessed the highest destructive force of all elemental magic. Yet, Shifeng had survived after taking a direct hit from a Tier 1 fire-type spell. Just what kind of defense did he possess? Aqua Rose even started to suspect that Shifeng was a shield warrior or a guardian knight in disguise. However, even guardian knights possessing the highest magic resistance could not forcefully survive this move. While the two suffered their shock, the Black Knights of Blackwing City had arrived. Compared to other towns and normal cities, Blackwing City's management was far more strict. The penalties it administered were even more unbearable. Hence, in Shifeng's previous life, no players dared cause a scene while in Blackwing City. Any who did simply sought their own deaths. Not to mention, Brilliant War God had actually dared attack Shifeng, who possessed the status of a demon hunter. Hence, Shifeng did not immediately take action against Brilliant War God. In reality, he simply waited for the punishment Blackwing City would provide to Brilliant War God. Brilliant War God, you have committed an offense against Blackwing City's laws. Moreover, you attacked the Lord Demon Hunter. From now on, you will remain in jail in Blackwing City for 15 days. After your release, all your attributes would be decreased by 10% for a duration of 10 days, and the EXP you gain will decrease by 20%. The Black Knight captain walked up to Brilliant War God, stating his verdict. Hearing such a penalty, Aqua Rose sucked in a cold breath. This penalty was simply too heavy. Even if they locked Brilliant War God up for 15 days, as an Elder of Twilight Echo, there were other people available to help him level back up. However, now that he was level 0, with the 15-day gap and 20% EXP gain reduction, Brilliant War God would need to grind ceaselessly for over a month to catch up with the level of the majority of the players, not to mention catching up to the top-ranking players. Ha ha ha. Black Flame, I admit that you are amazing. However, from the moment I took action, I had already decided to delete my account and start all over again. Did you really think I would fear the system punishment? Although Brilliant War God trembled slightly when he heard the penalty he was to receive, giving it another thought, he planned to delete and rebuild his account. What should he be afraid of? Is that so? Then, I look forward to you deleting and rebuilding your account. Shifeng smiled faintly, not bothering to explain. Seeing Brilliant War God's confident smile, Shifeng could not bear to shatter his fantasies. Brilliant War God thought too lightly of God's domain. If a pig-brained person like Brilliant War God could think of such a method to escape punishment, the main God system would certainly have a solution. In Shifeng's previous life, plenty of players had thought of God's domain as only a virtual reality game. They thought they could do whatever they wanted. There were even some players who had done unscrupulous and condemnable things towards female NPCs. After all, these players all thought they could simply avoid punishment by deleting and rebuilding their accounts from scratch. However, the outcome spoke differently. Unless one no longer wanted to play God's domain, otherwise, any and all punishments would be meted out. No matter how many times one deleted their accounts or changed their gaming helmets, the consequences were inescapable. Although God's domain was a virtual reality game, it had its own bottom line as well. The rules of God's domain were the final bottom line. Any and all who dared go past this bottom line would do well to prepare themselves for their punishments, no exceptions. When Brilliant War God saw Shifeng smile, he suddenly felt uncertain about his decision. However, when he gave it more thought, it was possible that Shifeng just tried to frighten him. Immediately, Brilliant War God logged out of God's domain, preparing to delete and rebuild his account. Meanwhile, Shifeng no longer cared to pay any attention to this brainless princeling. He then opened his bag, examining the clue to the God Slayer that he had just obtained. There was no marked location on this map. There were also no written words to give an explanation. If any other players were to obtain this map, they would have no clue of what to do with it. After all, they would not know the location displayed on the map, nor would they know how to look for it. Moreover, the official site did not publish a world map for God's domain. That explained Brilliant War God's ignorant generosity of wagering this map. Fortunately, Shifeng was extremely familiar with God's domain. In Shifeng's previous life, the various major guilds in God's domain made their own maps of God's domain, and Shadow was no exception. 10 years after God's domain started its operation, the world map that Shadow possessed was very thorough. Meanwhile, familiarizing oneself with the world map was one of the basic requirements of a guild leader, including Shifeng. However, the map currently in Shifeng's hands displayed very complicated terrain. Only after racking his brain for some time did Shifeng manage to recall a place with a similar terrain as shown on this map. It was the forbidden territory for humans, the ruined mountain range. Chapter 186, State A Price. Just as Shifeng recognized the location shown on the map. For level 200 black guards appeared on Light Street, each wielding a black spear in their hands and walking towards Brilliant War God, they intended to take him away. Don't even think of catching me. Brilliant War God immediately logged out of the game. However, an unbelievable situation occurred. One could describe this as an out-of-body experience. Like an empty shell, Brilliant War God's body suddenly fell to the ground, motionless. However, the 4 black guards did not care much about this. 2 of the knights grabbed a hold of Brilliant War God's body from each side, dragging him away from Light Street. Soon after, the black knights also dispersed from the scene. Master Black Flame, what is going on here? Didn't Brilliant War God log off? Logically, his body should also have disappeared. Aqua Rose looked at Shifeng, her shining eyes blinking as she asked. Although Aqua Rose did not know why she would ask Shifeng, her instincts told her that Shifeng might know the answer. If Shifeng knew that Aqua Rose had asked him about this matter out of instinct, the fearsomeness of a woman's intuition would certainly surprise him. Hearing Aqua Rose's question, Shifeng simply smiled and said, "It should be that the system doesn't allow players avoid punishment." Blackwing City's judgment was, without a doubt, the system's judgment. If Brilliant War God had properly received his punishment, he would only have to pay the smallest price. However, if Brilliant War God deleted and rebuilt his account, not to mention losing the money and equipment that he originally had, he would also lose all the reputation he had earned in God's domain. Reputation was not easy to gain. After all, many of the quests that rewarded players with reputation points were unique quests. So, it is like that. Aqua Rose understood the truth of the matter. Otherwise, if everyone simply deleted and rebuilt their accounts the moment they did something nefarious, wouldn't that turn God's domain into a heaping mess? However, along with the passing of time, player levels would become higher, while the chances of such matters occurring would decrease as well. After all, players had dedicated a great amount of time and energy onto cultivating their God's domain accounts. There would be few people with the courage to start all over again. However, if players encountered a situation like Brilliant War God's, a majority of them would choose to delete and rebuild. After all, it would be much faster to start all over again, and it could be a way to take advantage of the system. Naturally, the main God system would not make such a mistake. Regarding the calamity that had befallen Brilliant War God, Aqua Rose did not display a hint of sympathy. On the contrary, she was very grateful for Shifeng's significant help. Her and Brilliant War God's families had always been friendly with each other, and both families intended to increase and widen their wealth and influence through marriage. On the other hand, Aqua Rose had, from the very beginning, opposed this notion. She intended to create a legacy for herself, increasing her right of speech within her family to oppose this marriage. God's domain just so happened to have given her this very good chance. As long as she could further herself in God's domain, and adding in Brilliant War God's actions, she could easily vanquish the notion of marriage between the two families. After dealing with the matter of Brilliant War God, Shifeng and Aqua Rose returned to the restaurant and resumed their business talks. Originally, Shifeng wanted to investigate the God Slayer's whereabouts. However, he set it aside for now. In God's domain, the ruined mountain range was an absolutely forbidden place for humans. In Shifeng's previous life, many players did not believe this fact. In the end, all who went there found only death. From then on, nobody dared casually enter the ruined mountain range. With Shifeng's current strength, not to mention entering the ruined mountain range, even the path leading to the ruined mountain range presented an impossible challenge for Shifeng. How would he reach the location marked on the map? The only choice he had right now was to increase his strength. When he had sufficient strength, he could then think of a way to go there. Master Black Flame, these are the various forging materials that you've requested. Due to limited bag space, I've only brought the rare and precious materials. This time, Master Black Flame has helped me a great deal, so I'll sell these to you at a lower price. You just need to pay me 43 gold coins for them. Aqua Rose displayed the transaction list, smiling as she spoke. The cost of purchasing all these materials came to a total of just over 37 gold. Originally, Aqua Rose intended to sell all these materials to Shifeng for 50 gold. However, since Shifeng had helped her out, she chose to earn a little less in this transaction. Initially, Aqua Rose had not possessed enough gold coins to purchase all these materials. However, she made a big profit from the glimmer chestplate forging designs, which she bought from Shifeng last time. Not only had she earned over 100 gold coins, but she also earned back all the credits she used to purchase the forging designs. She still had quite a few glimmer chestplate forging designs remaining. If she sold all of them, she could still earn tens of gold coins and hundreds of thousands of credits. Even for an apex first-rate guild like Twilight Echo, the entire guild's currently available fluid funds only amounted to 20 to 30 gold. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose had over 100 gold in her possession, invoking the guild's elders' jealousy. After having the first tastes of profit, Aqua Rose greatly anticipated the surprise Shifeng was about to create. 43 gold. When Shifeng looked at the transaction list, his heart skipped a beat. He had not expected Aqua Rose to be so capable. She had actually gathered so many materials. Taking a quick glance at the transaction list, the materials listed were all rare, required for forging mysterious iron and secret silver ranked items. There were even some extremely rare fine gold ranked materials. At this stage of the game, it was absolutely impossible for players to find any of these materials in Star Moon Kingdom. Aqua Rose had also bought a large quantity of hard stones, as Shifeng had specially requested a lot of them. Now, Aqua Rose had close to 1,000 stacks of hard stones for Shifeng, completely filling up her ore bags. Shifeng could not help but admit that the ore country was aptly named. Ore bags were different from normal bags. They were specifically made for storing forging materials. Hence, these bags had extremely large storage spaces, and each one was several times, some even several tens of times, larger than a normal bag. In Aqua Rose's case, aside from her main bag having 100 slots, her remaining 6 bags were all ore bags. Every one of her ore bags had 350 slots for items, and all 6 ore bags were currently filled to the brim. The country Aqua Rose came from did not lack ores. Hence, Aqua Rose only sold each stack of hard stones to Shifeng at a price of 80 copper coins. Aqua Rose had probably purchased all of these hard stones at an even lower price. Compared to these sold in Star Moon Kingdom, the price of these hard stones was simply too cheap. Right now, each stack of hard stones sold for 3 silver coins. Just by selling these hard stones to other players, Shifeng could make a profit of several times his cost. Moreover, those players would fight over these hard stones. However, even Shifeng could not afford 43 gold in a single transaction. Fortunately, Shifeng came prepared. He removed a pile of level 8 and level 9 bronze equipment and quite a lot of mysterious iron equipment from his bag. He had personally forged a majority of the equipment, while he had obtained the remainder from the Moonlight Forest. However, the most eye-catching equipment among was the level 10 secret silver ranked one-handed swords, the Silver Dawns, that Shifeng had crafted. Secret silver weapons, even to a first-rate guild, they were extremely rare. Normally, only the core upper echelons of the guild would possess 2 to 3 secret silver ranked items, while the elites of the guild could not even dream of possessing one. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng had filled the private room with equipment, dazzling the sight of all beholders. Making a general count, Shifeng had over 500 pieces of equipment. Aqua Rose was instantly dumbfounded by this sight. Only after tens of seconds had passed did she gradually recover her spirit, and shock filled her eyes as she looked at Sherfong. One could easily outfit a large elite team with this much equipment. Moreover, Sherfong had forged the majority. Aqua Rose was greatly confused at how Sherfong could forge so much equipment all by himself. After all, she had personally witnessed forgers create equipment before. The process could be summed up in one word: slow. These were all bronze and mysterious iron-ranked equipment. If one were not careful while forging them, the result would easily fail. So, the process of forging equipment of such quality was definitely much slower than that of common equipment. Since the last time Aqua Rose met with Sherfong, only a little more than 3 days had passed. Even if Sherfong continuously forged equipment without sleep or food during this period, it should still be impossible for him to forge this much equipment. Miss Aqua, I already brought the equipment. State a price, Sherfong smiled. Aqua Rose immediately felt as if she had been cheated. Originally, she intended to make a big profit off of Sherfong. However, with 500+ pieces of high-level equipment placed before her, even if she sold herself to Sherfong, it still might not be enough. Chapter 187, Frightening Forger. The private room of the restaurant was very large. However, it was insufficient to contain all of the weapons and equipment that Sherfong had taken out. The entire room was cramped with items right now. After counting for a long while, Aqua Rose finally had a firm grasp on the number of weapons and equipment that Sherfong had brought. Among them, there were over 200 level 8 and above bronze weapons, over 300 pieces of level 8 and above bronze equipment, 70 level 9 and above mysterious iron weapons, 80 pieces of level 9 and above mysterious iron equipment, and 20 level 10 silver dawns. There was close to a total of 700 weapons and pieces of equipment. With this much equipment, Aqua Rose would have no problems gearing up even a 100-man team. The attributes of the silver dawns were especially frightening. Compared to the giant bear war axe that brilliant war god had, the silver dawn's attributes were much stronger. Twilight Echo had sacrificed many of their elite members to obtain brilliant wargod's level 9 giant bear war axe. After all, it was only a normal occurrence to lose over 20 elite players when dealing with a chieftain-ranked field boss. Chieftain-ranked field bosses were extremely rare in God's domain, and meeting one all depended on luck. Moreover, after meeting one, sacrifices were necessary to bring it down. This was the exchange of the lives of the guild's elites for equipment, and it was a huge loss to the guild. Yet, Sherfong casually displayed 20 secret silver weapons. Aqua Rose no longer knew how to describe Sherfong. Despite having an immeasurably high strength, his standards as a forger were also at their apex, as Aqua Rose had yet to hear news of any player forging a secret silver-ranked item. Sherfeng's existence simply caused others despair. At the same time, Aqua Rose had finally come to an understanding of just how frightening a forger could be. If any guild could have a forger like Sherfong, that guild would not have to worry about trying to obtain equipment. As long as they had the forging designs, they could have whatever equipment they wanted, and at any time they wanted it. There would be no need for them to waste tremendous effort to kill bosses. Moreover, killing an extremely powerful boss would only yield several pieces of equipment. On the other hand, as long as a forger had the materials, they could create as many pieces of equipment as they wanted. It was much faster and more convenient. Miss Aqua, you look a little pale. Are you alright? Sherfong looked at the dazed Aqua Rose, asking with concern. Me? As Aqua Rose regained her senses, she involuntarily wiped the sweat from her forehead. I'm fine. Why would I have any problems? Is it possible that Miss Aqua can't afford this many weapons and equipment? If this is so, just pick as many as you can. Sherfong could sympathize with Aqua Rose's situation. After all, even a first-rate guild could not buy up all this equipment in one go, not to mention Aqua Rose by herself. Master Black Flame, I want all of these items. However, can we carry out the transaction with credits? Otherwise, if I give Master Black Flame all of my gold coins, would starve. Aqua Rose smiled bitterly. There were so many good items before her eyes, and it would be a sin not to gobble all of them up right now. What did the various large guilds lack the most? The answer was obvious: high-level weapons and equipment. Level 8 and above weapons and equipment just so happened to be what guilds lacked the most. Just a single piece of level 8 bronze equipment was worth well over 20 silvers on the market right now. Level 8 bronze weapons even sold for 30 silvers or more, while level 9 mysterious iron equipment was worth 50 silvers or more, and level 9 mysterious iron weapons sold for 80 silvers or more. As for the level 10 secret silver weapons, the Silver Dawns, they were priceless treasures, and not a single person out there would willingly sell one. If a price were truly to be set, with the Silver Dawn's attributes, at the very least, it would sell for 2 gold coins or more. 20 Silver Dawns would then equate 40 gold coins. That was nearly half of all the game currency Aqua Rose owned. Moreover, this was the lowest price for the Silver Dawn. That's fine as well. I'll just take these forging materials, in addition to 50 gold, to cover for a portion of the bill. You can pay the remainder using credits, Shifeng spoke after giving it some thought. This, Aqua Rose hesitated for a long time. In the end, however, she gnashed her teeth as she agreed, saying, "All right, I understand." Hearing Shifeng's words, Aqua Rose really wished that she could recruit Shifeng. In just a few moments, Shifeng had taken away a greater half of the gold coins she had earned after much effort. Aqua Rose felt extreme frustration in her heart. However, Aqua Rose suddenly discovered that she truly did not possess anything that could attract Shifeng to her side. Regarding weapons and equipment, as a forger, Shifeng did not lack any of these, to begin with. His money-earning capabilities were obvious. As for status, although he was simply a nobody right now, the moment the name of the Black Flame Forger spread, his status would become undeniably grand, earning the respect of others. The only thing remaining was a girlfriend. If Shifeng did not have one right now, there were plenty of great beauties in Aqua Rose's elite team. Every one of them possessed beauty that could easily move one's heart, and their bodies were all curved in the right places. Plenty of men often tried to court these women. Aqua Rose would be rich if she could get one of her team's beauties to hook up Shifeng. However, it would be unquestionably foolish if she asked Shifeng this question right now. She could only wait until their relationship grew before digging for some hints. If Shifeng knew the thoughts Aqua Rose had in her head right now, she would probably frighten him away. After all, who would have thought that the elegant and cheerful Aqua Rose could be so cunning? Very quickly, the two of them completed their transaction. Aside from obtaining the 43 gold's worth of materials from selling the equipment, Shifeng also obtained an additional 50 gold coins and over 2 million credits. Just by striving for 3 short days, Shifeng had instantly multiplied the 10+ gold he had initially spent by more than 10 folds. Shifeng had made a huge profit from this trade. This time, regarding gold coins, Shifeng had once again become the richest person in White River City. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was also greatly pleased. With this many weapons and equipment, she could greatly strengthen her own legion and very quickly turn it into the #1 legion in Twilight Echo. At that time, her right to speak would also grow, while those elders would no longer dare speak nonsense in front of her. Master Black Flame, let's schedule next trade for 4 days from now. It just so happens to coincide with the day the Blackwing auction will be held. What do you think? Without realizing it, Aqua Rose treated Shifeng as a good friend now. All right. I can also save the number of uses left on the pass. Shifeng nodded in agreement. He had earned simply too much this time. He also needed quite some time to forge new weapons and equipment. Now that Aqua Rose had yet to obtain additional Blackwing City passes, it was also beneficial to have a time extension. Soon after, the two parted ways. Feng then went to purchase more frost grenades. This time, he bought a full stack of 200 intermediate frost grenades for 18 gold. He also bought 5 stacks of 1000 basic frost grenades for 13 gold, 50 silver. In just a short moment, he had spent 31 gold, 50 silver. However, Feng did not feel any heartache over it, as the money he obtained from Aqua Rose just now was simply the tip of the iceberg. The true iceberg was still within his grasp with the incomparably popular hard stone. To Aqua Rose, whetstones were neither rare nor special. After all, being from the ore country, such items were available in abundance. The number of forgers there was as plentiful as the hairs on an ox, so they were not particularly desperate for such items. However, it was a different story for the Star Moon Kingdom, with the various guilds in the White River City region who were desperately trying to level up. These guilds were in desperate need of hard stones. Yet, it was just too difficult to obtain any. They might even go bald from overworrying right now. As for after these guilds entered White River City, Feng did not need to worry that these guilds would suddenly halt their need for whetstones. Even after everyone entered White River City, the issue of durability would still plague them. It might even become a much more serious issue. Hence, Feng did not worry in the slightest that he could not sell his hard stones. He merely had to decide at what price he would sell them for. Just as Feng was about to return to White River City, Blackie suddenly sent news. "Brother Feng, this is not good. Right now, all of the guilds within the White River City region are looking for you. They say that if you do not give an explanation on the official forums, all the guilds within the White River City region will add us to the wanted list." Chapter 188, You Are Digging Your Own Grave. After reading Blackie's message, Feng was confused. Why would the guilds within the White River City region suddenly look for trouble with them for no reason? Moreover, they even wanted an explanation. What did they want him to explain? However, Feng did not pay further attention to this matter. It would be better for him to get the details after he returned to White River City. Hence, he took out the 7 luminaries crystal, teleporting to White River City. Level 10 Monster Area, White Sand Ruins. A 40-man elite team was currently clearing level 10 desert twin-headed snakes. Every member of the team took action in an organized fashion, and very quickly, the team dispatched all of the tens of desert twin-headed snakes, turning them into an abundance of EXP. This elite team belonged to the guild, Martial Union, chased out of Red Leaf Town by Feng. Meanwhile, the leader of this team none other than Unstable Devastation. "Boss Unstable, the deed is done. I've already told them the conditions, pros, and cons. At that time, we'll share the secret Feng used to reach level 10 quickly. Currently, there are a total of 8 unrated guilds that have agreed to enter our little alliance." An assassin came running, reporting. "Good, you've done well." Unstable Devastation laughed with a smirk on his face. He then said confidently, "Feng, you are the one courting death. You actually dared ignore my words. Now, the entire White River City region has discovered the leveling secret you used to reach level 10. I've also established my own alliance. Whether you reveal that leveling secret or not, you will be finished." When Feng had utterly rejected him, Unstable Devastation had been sent into a daze for a long time. He did not think that Feng would act so decisively. However, since Unstable Devastation could not control Feng through threats, he could only use a more strenuous method to deal with Feng, publicizing the matter about this secret to all of the other guilds. Now that the competition between the various large guilds was so intense, every one of these guilds worked towards swiftly raising their members' levels to level 10. Meanwhile, Feng possessed a leveling secret that could allow these guilds to achieve such a feat, so these various large guilds would naturally want it. After all, while the other guilds still worried over the matter of reaching level 10, Feng's entire team was already level 10 and currently developed themselves further in White River City. Their situations were worlds apart. Currently, Shifeng's team occupied all of the resources available in White River City. With that access, they could increase the gap even further. By the time the majority of the players in the White River City region entered White River City, Shifeng's team may already occupy all the high-level resource areas available in the city. How were other players supposed to mingle in White River City then? That was to say, if any guild could obtain Shifeng's leveling secret, they would become a tyrant in White River City in the future. With such a temptation in sight, who could resist? Not to mention, Shifeng was merely an independent player. He did not have the protection of any major power. God's domain was still not kind enough to allow a weakling exclusive monopoly on treasures. With treasures up for grabs, how could any of these guilds let go of this chance? They would do whatever they could to snatch it. As for obtaining the leveling secret through fair trade, it was an impossible notion. After all, the initial criterion for a fair trade was that both parties had to be of equal power. How could a single independent player possibly equal a large guild? If Shifeng did not obediently hand the leveling secret over, there would only be a single ending for him, death. However, even if he handed it over, death would still be the only thing awaiting him. This was the sorrow of weaklings. At this moment, even unstable devastation pitted Shifeng. However, who told this fool to refuse his kind suggestion? White River City, Trade Area, Bank. The moment Shifeng returned to White River City, he immediately emptied all of the forging materials he had on him into the bank. Seeing over 10,000 slots of his warehouse full to the brim, Shifeng could not help but grow emotional. After all, in his previous life, he did not possess such a rich and spectacular warehouse. He wondered just how much money he could make if he sold all of these items. At the very least, it should be enough to serve as his guild's reserve funds. In actuality, Shifeng's current fame could allow him to establish a guild easily. However, Shifeng chose to do it surely, but steadily. He should first deal with the welfare of the guild. After finishing that, the guild he established would shock the world, and no power out there would be able to touch them. Even if those third-rate and second-rate guilds wished to suppress his guild, they could not stop his guild's swift development. After all, his guild would already possess a sturdy foundation and huge funding at that time, a small skirmish would not easily destroy it. After he finished tidying up his warehouse, Shifeng opened his system message log, taking a look at what was actually going on. Previously, to prevent unstable devastation from disturbing his trade, Shifeng had set his system communication messages to prevent strangers from disturbing him. However, he did not think that so much would occur during the time he did so. Compared to when he entered White River City, the messages he now received exceeded 10,000. Independent players had sent a majority of them, while various guilds had sent the minority. After reading a few of these messages, Shifeng managed to grasp the general gist of what these players wanted. A majority of these players wanted to privately purchase his strategy of quickly reaching to level 10, while a minority of them directly demanded that Shifeng hand the strategy over. Naturally, this minority consisted of guild representatives. Every one of the words in their messages contained force. Although they did not use threatening words, their intent was unmistakable. They told Shifeng to do whatever he saw fit, but he would have to take responsibility for the consequences. Meanwhile, the demand for an explanation posted on the forums was also the doing of these guilds. They were clearly trying to force him into a corner. Fortunately, however, the guilds that had directly suggested that Shifeng hand over the leveling strategy were all unrated, without a single rated guild among them. Unstable devastation, Shifeng's brows wrinkled, a chilling battle intent shone in his eyes. This was a scheme concocted by unstable devastation in order to push him down to a hell beyond salvation. From the experiences in his past life, Shifeng clearly understood a single matter. A hungry ghost could never devour enough. Even Shadow is trying to have a part in this. Shifeng found a new post on the forums. It was a declaration of alliance made by Unstable Devastation and several other guilds. They requested Shifeng to hand over his leveling strategy to satisfy everyone. Otherwise, they would impose a sanction on him. Meanwhile, Shadow was among the several guilds that had joined this alliance. Immediately, plenty of people showed their support for Unstable Devastation. They all wanted Shifeng to hand over his leveling strategy, benefiting everyone. Shifeng simply smiled. Did they really take him for someone who could be easily bullied, someone they could mold in the palm of their hands? If Gentle Snow possessed this leveling secret, these guilds and players would have long since shut their mouths. Rather, they would cheer and sing her praises. Immediately after, Shifeng created a post on the forums. Selling the leveling strategy to reach level 10 quickly for 10 billion credits. All insincere buyers will be ignored. Shifeng then set aside the official forums, looking at the time. It was nearing dawn in the real world, so Shifeng promptly logged off to rest. However, Shifeng's post had instantly become popular. Almost everybody paid attention to it when they saw Shifeng's asking price of 10 billion. Those who had previously wanted Shifeng to publicly disclose the strategy for free now cursed even more fervently. 10 billion credits. Why don't you die instead? Unstable Devastation and other unknown guilds had all involuntarily cursed the moment they saw Yifeng's post. This Yifeng had simply gone insane for money. Which fool out there would spend 10 billion credits to buy a garbage strategy? However, anyone smart enough could easily discern Shifeng's true intentions. Naturally, these guilds also understood what Shifeng tried to say. This was Shifeng's way of indirectly sending them a message, saying, "Want this secret for free? Dream on." Without a doubt, Shifeng declared war with these guilds. Yifeng, you are digging your own grave. Unstable Devastation spoke in rage, though his tone carried with it a hint of gloating. He was furious due to Shifeng ridiculing him for being poor, while he was happy as there were over 30 guilds who would deal with Shifeng. Even if Shifeng were amazing, he would still be finished the moment these guilds entered White River City. Unless, of course, Shifeng could repeat the scene from last time, banishing all of these guilds from White River City. However, was that possible? Chapter 189, Berserked Market. Shortly after Shifeng logged off. The post Shifeng had left on the forums became instantly popular. One view became 10, 10 became 100. Players had strong gossiping hearts, so they would not miss out on this good show. Within a short 20 minutes, almost all players within the White River City region had discovered this matter. The guilds that had demanded the leveling strategy from Shifeng were all enraged. Crap. Find all of the information about that little bastard for me. Not only am I going to kill him back to level 0, but I'm also going to kill all his friends back to level 0. Since he dares humiliate Ghostwheel, he can forget thinking of mingling in God's domain any longer. Sleeping Bones, the guild leader of Ghostwheel, was furious after listening to his subordinates' report. Although Ghostwheel was an unrated guild, they were still a large guild with over 5,000 members. Yet, a lone, independent player looked down on them. How were they supposed to show their faces in public in the future if they took this lying down? Leader, I've already investigated him, an elementalist said. Speak. Since he dares look down on Ghostwheel, I can't retain the name, Sleeping Bones if I don't kill all of his friends back to level 0. Sleeping Bones bellowed. That Yifeng is an independent player, and I've confirmed that he has 8 team members. Aside from them, Yifeng also has a good relationship with Stabbing Heart, the vice leader of the Assassins Alliance. Rumor also has it that he has a very close relationship with the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow, as well, that elementalist answered. Sleeping Bones suddenly fell silent. Was this a joke? If they dared to actually kill Stabbing Heart of Assassins Alliance and Gentle Snow of Ouroboros, then the day they entered White River City would be the day Ghostworld disbanded. Forget it. I, Sleeping Bones, am a magnanimous person. We'll just stick to killing Yi Feng and his teammates, lest we want other people to start gossiping about us. Roger. Guild leader is the wisest. At the same time, the other guilds that did not have a clear understanding of Shi Feng began their investigations about him. They were prepared to properly deal with him the moment they entered White River City. Meanwhile, on the forums, players were currently discussing this incident. They all felt that White River City's battle of the century was about to begin. This fellow brother Yi Feng simply too awesome. Isn't he trying to oppose those various guilds? He is just overestimating himself. Who does he think he is? When these guilds enter White River City, it will take no effort for them to destroy him. What do you know? Yi Feng is a god-ranked expert. Previously, he turned Martial Union upside down, while Martial Union could do nothing against him. They were even chased out of Red Leaf Town. Now, Yi Feng is even facing off against so many strong powers. He is truly my generation's role model. What's so amazing about that? I could do it as well. Don't forget, that incident happened in a town. The various large guild strength scattered, how many members could they possibly have in a single town? It was only natural that they were defeated. There were many players browsing the forums. However, a majority of them did not feel optimistic about Shi Feng's chances. They were especially confused about Shi Feng's actions. Just how stupid could Shi Feng be, to actually dare taunt the guilds? Was he not afraid of these guilds taking revenge and killing him back to level 0? Along with the growing intensity of the discussions, the so-called god-ranked expert had also become a courageous fool. Many started ridiculing Shi Feng. Just when the forums reached their zenith, Shi Feng's White River City guidebook post revealed itself the moment the preset time arrived. The post's appearance caused a massive ripple effect. The White River City guidebook was undeniably what various large guilds needed the most right now. A few level 9 independent players also urgently needed it. If these players had the White River City guidebook, they would not have to spend a large amount of time exploring the city. They only needed to refer to the guidebook to learn what they needed to know. Compared to the heavenly price of 10 billion for a single leveling strategy, using 20,000 credits to purchase a luxury version of the White River City guidebook was unquestionably a lot cheaper. It was practically the price of cabbage. Also, the cheaper, simplified version only sold for 300 credits. These various guilds and players could easily accept that price. However, afraid of Shi Feng's trickery, a large majority of the guilds chose to purchase the simplified guidebook, taking a look at it before making further decisions. After all, they could afford a loss of 300 credits. As for the players that wished to develop themselves in God's domain, they all grew extremely curious about White River City, a fascinating city. They wished to experience it in advance, so many players had gnashed their teeth as they bought the simplified guidebook. Within half an hour, the simplified version of the White River City guidebook was like a best-selling novel. Sales of the guidebook continuously increased, and before anyone knew it, over 5,000 copies had already sold. In other words, Shi Feng had earned 1.5 million credits within this short time. Many players had discovered business opportunities from this. Players who originally worried about whether or not they could make money in God's domain relaxed at this sight. After all, Shi Feng was their best example. As long as they could grasp a hold of the opportunity, becoming rich in a single night was not just a dream, it was just like how Shi Feng became the first person to enter White River City. Immediately, plenty of players outside of the White River City region grew excited. If they too could be the first to enter their own respective cities and write a city guidebook, couldn't they also become rich? This thought inspired desperation in all of the players in God's domain. As if possessed by the devil, they all started rushing to level up. They all wished to become the first person to enter their respective cities, making a huge profit and becoming rich overnight. Meanwhile, in the trade market of the entire Star Moon Kingdom, the popularity of whetstones had instantly soared. As long as a forger had at least a 30% success rate of crafting whetstones, the various large guilds would instantly target them. The guilds used all sorts of methods to recruit these forgers, continuously raising the standard of treatment. As a result, these forgers earned salaries comparable to the white-collar workers in the big cities. Such a result inspired other players to become forgers. However, forging materials were utterly necessary if one wanted to hone their forging skill. Like adding fuel to a fire, this new situation instantly ignited a blazing inferno that raged through all of the Star Moon Kingdom. The prices of forging materials soared, again and again, madly increasing the price of hard stones as well. By the time Shifeng entered God's domain that night, a stack of 20 hard stones already sold for a sky-high price of 8 silver coins. However, the supply could not keep up with the demand. Furthermore, even the most common bronze ore sold for 15 silver coins per stack, with 200 per stack. Ha ha ha. Luck can't be stopped once it comes. I would never have thought that the White River City Guidebook would so fiercely drive the materials market. Shifeng rejoiced the moment he logged in. During the day, aside from training his body, Shifeng had gone to the city center to look for suitable locations to start up his workshop. His requirements were very simple. He wanted a good environment surrounding the office building. After surveying over 10 locations, Shifeng finally found a relatively pleasing office building. It was located in the city center. Moreover, it was an entire floor being sold. The office floor had a wide space of 5,000 square meters, so it was extremely spacious. There would be no problems turning it into an office for several hundred people. Moreover, the surrounding environment and traffic were convenient. However, the most important factor was that the office was relatively close to Big Dipper, the best gym in Jinhai City. The owner of the office floor only sold it to make up for issues surfacing with his business. Otherwise, he would not bear parting with such an amazing location. However, that person had set a price of 60 million credits for the place, with each square meter priced at 12,000 credits. Although such a price was not considered expensive in the city center, it was not cheap either. Shifeng only had somewhere over 20 million credits stored in his bank right now. He still needed that money for the fellowship party hosted by his school. In the end, Shifeng could only ask the owner for 15 days to think it over. Shifeng never imagined that he would be given a fright the moment he returned to God's domain. When he saw the sales of the White River City Guidebook, he even thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Chapter 190, Taking Precautions. Shifeng had already received attention since the problem of the leveling strategy cropped up. Now that he had priced the leveling strategy at a shockingly high price of 10 billion credits, he was once more pushed into the spotlight. Hence, it was only natural for the White River City Guidebook to receive everyone's attention the moment it appeared. These sales had far exceeded Shifeng's expectations. Shifeng quietly called up the half-transparent display screen. When he examined the sales records displayed on the official forums, Shifeng involuntarily revealed a knowing smile. The simplified version of the White River City Guidebook sold 25,364 copies. The luxury version of the White River City Guidebook sold 367 copies. In only half a day's time, the sales had already reached such numbers. Even a best-selling book could achieve such a feat. The simplified version, which was the cheapest version of the guidebook, already cost 300 credits. This was much more expensive than any ordinary book. However, over 25,000 copies still sold. Moreover, 367 copies of the 20,000 credit version of the guidebook also sold. It was obvious just how great the business opportunities were in God's domain. Just the credits Shifeng earned within a day exceeded 10 million. It was practically faster than robbing a bank. Of course, the main contributor to such success was Shifeng becoming too eye-catching and famous, even if most of it was infamy. Moreover, along with the passing of time, the sales of the White River City Guidebook would still increase. Although Shifeng won't be earning as much as he was now, his daily earnings would still be considerable. Originally, Shifeng estimated his earnings from the guidebooks would be around several million credits. Moreover, he reached this conclusion after taking into consideration that every guild within the White River City region would purchase a copy of the luxury version. However, the conversation records on the forums made it clear that it wasn't just players within the White River City region paying attention to the guidebook. Players and guilds from other cities also purchased the guidebooks, which, in turn, led to such a high selling rate. Although it was a strange situation, Shifeng could guess the intentions of the players and guilds of other cities. The difference between cities was not particularly large. Mostly, only the quests available, leveling spots, and amount of NPCs were different. However, the main rules in a city and the ways to develop a guild in a city were the same. As long as they bought the White River City Guidebook, they would understand the basic rules of their respective cities. They could also quickly adapt to the playstyle in the cities. So, naturally, they would purchase a copy of the guidebook to get a general understanding of their respective cities. Now that Shifeng had gained over 10 million credits for no good reason, confidence regarding his future filled his heart. He might even be able to suppress Shadow at the fellowship party in a few days, becoming the center of attention during the party. However, before he could become the focal point, he needed to make plenty of preparations. After all, his background was simply too weak compared to Shadow's right now. Hard stones will soar in price from now on. It should reach its peak by the time the first corporation enter White River City. That time would be the best opportunity for me to sell my stock and make a killing. Shifeng closed the official forums as he thought. Right now, aside from credits, he needed a lot of gold coins to increase his workshop's background. However, he could not just hold on to a ton of gold coins. After all, the true way of earning money in a virtual reality game was by spending money in the first place. He currently had far too few coins to carry out such a feat, hence, he needed to earn many more gold coins. Right now, becoming enemies with that many unrated guilds had placed quite a pressure on Shifeng. Although these guilds were not much of a threat to him as a lone player, he still wanted to establish his own guild in the future. Such a situation would be detrimental to his guild. As the saying went, the barefooted did not fear those with shoes. Establishing your own guild was the equivalent of putting on shoes. Having a guild was the equivalent of having a house, supplying your enemies with an easy target, they could deal with you with greater ease. Hence, in Shifeng's previous life, plenty of small guilds were forced to disperse due to being targeted by a large guild. On the other hand, the fixed teams formed by independent players got by rather peacefully, and it went without saying that lone players could do so as well. However, there was a limit to the strength of a single individual in God's domain. It was the same in the case of a large team. If Shifeng wanted to establish his own virtual empire, he, even more, was in need of the strength of a guild. Hence, establishing a guild was his only available option. To reduce the pressure on himself, Shifeng needed to increase the pressure on these unrated guilds. That way, they couldn't spare any time to deal with him. Although there was still a long time until these guilds would search him out, it was wise to take precautions. Immediately, Shifeng contacted Stabbing Heart. Brother Yifeng, I am truly grateful for your help the last time. Because of your guidebook, the elite teams of our guild could prepare far more than other guilds. After we enter White River City, I believe it won't be long before our Assassins Alliance reigns supreme over the other guilds in White River City. Stabbing Heart excitedly said, however, after not meeting for some time, I never imagined that Brother Yifeng would grow even more famous. I am truly envious. If I become as famous as Brother Yifeng, I might even be promoted to an elder position during the next guild meeting. I'd rather be more ordinary, Shifeng smiled bitterly as he shook his head. The nail that stuck out would be hammered down. Although Shifeng had long since been prepared for this in his heart, he did not think that the actual situation would be so intense. Brother Yifeng, since you are looking for me, do you need help for something? Stabbing Heart asked. Normally, Shifeng would not take the initiative to contact him unless there was something going on. Of course. Moreover, it is good news for you, Shifeng laughed. Good news? Stabbing Heart grew slightly excited. He had received plenty of praises from the guild leader due to the help he received from Shifeng the past several times. As a result, his position in Assassin's Alliance had risen by quite a bit. Meanwhile, the matter of the White River City guidebook even earned him the good graces of the guild elders. They had already labeled him as one of the reserve elders of the guild. Such a promotion was rare in the Assassin's Alliance, and it displayed how highly the guild leader and elders thought of him. Do you lack hard stones right now? Shifeng asked. Lack. My subordinates and I have a headache over this matter right now. Even though I'd sent many people out to grind, the amount of hard stones we obtained is merely a drop in the bucket. Does Brother Yifeng need some hard stones right now? Stabbing Heart breathed out a tired sigh when he heard the words hard stone. He then immediately said, if Brother Yifeng needs them, I should be able to gather 3 to 4 stacks for you. I truly can't spare any more than that. Stabbing Heart only spoke the truth. After all, he had prepared these hard stones for the forgers in his guild to craft whetstones. Brother Stabbing Heart, you're overthinking things. I'm not calling to buy, but to sell, Shifeng laughed. Sell? Stabbing Heart was awe-stricken. Hard stones were extremely rare right now, and it was insanely difficult for average players to obtain them. Not to mention selling them, players would normally choose to keep them for their own use. After all, if one wanted to level up quickly, whetstones were a must. How many do you have? Be it 2 or 3 stacks, I want all of them. I'll even buy them at above market price. What do you think about 9 silver coins per stack? In Stabbing Heart's mind, Shifeng was only an independent player. It was already heaven-defying for him to have 2 to 3 stacks. After all, Stabbing Heart's own team, which consisted of hundreds of players, had only managed to obtain 3 to 4 stacks after a long time. No, I have 50 stacks. However, I'm only taking coins for them, Shifeng casually responded, extended 5 fingers. Chapter 191, Star Moon's Big 10. Stabbing Heart immediately froze in shock when he heard that Shifeng had 50 stacks of hard stones. The entire Assassin's Alliance could not even manage to gather up 5 full stacks. Yet, Shifeng said he had 50. If 50 stacks of hard stones were used to craft whetstones, even if the forgers crafting them had slightly lower success rates, it could allow all the elite players in the Assassin's Alliance to reach level 10, entering White River City. Brother Yifeng, you're not tricking me, right? Do you really have 50 stacks? Stabbing Heart asked doubtfully. It was not that he did not trust Shifeng, but this number was simply too huge. Even a first-rate guild in a town could not offer up that many. It would be impressive if they could even gather 6 to 7 stacks. Naturally. Since when have I joked around before? Shifeng shook his head, laughing. The reason Shifeng offered Stabbing Heart this many hard stones was not purely to earn coins. A large part of the reason was to assist the Assassin's Alliance in entering White River City and starting their development at an earlier date. After all, the Assassin's Alliance's main forces were all stationed around a few cities near White River City. As long as the Assassin's Alliance grew stronger, with his relationship with Stabbing Heart could help him suppress and stamp out those unrated guilds. That way, these guilds would be too busy dealing with the Assassin's Alliance to pay any attention to him. Originally, Shifeng had wanted to sell some hard stones to Gentle Snow as well. However, Gentle Snow's team was simply developing too quickly. They had managed to reach level 10 in only half a day's time, and at this time, all the elite members of Ouroboros had already arrived at White River City. Naturally, they would not need his help anymore. The most important point was that Gentle Snow possessed the super-luxury version of the White River City guidebook that Shifeng had sold to her. With it, she could easily widen the gap between herself and the other guilds, standing out from the crowd. Now that Shifeng had protective umbrellas like Gentle Snow and Stabbing Heart, would those unrated guilds possibly dare do anything to him? He could progress with his own development with a peace of mind. Brother Yifeng, I don't know how to thank you for this. If you have anything you need help with in the future, just mention it. If it is something that I can help with, I will give it my all. Stabbing Heart was extremely touched right now. In his heart, he had already taken Shifeng as his good brother. However, for gold, 50 silver was not easy to obtain. He needed some time to gather the liquid funds from the other towns and collect some from the money farming team. Although it was a large expenditure, with 50 stacks of hard stones, Stabbing Heart could allow the team in Red Leaf Town to be the first team, out of all the other team in the Assassins' Alliance, to enter White River City. At that time, he would receive a promotion in the guild once more. He might even become an elder of the Assassins' Alliance. Meanwhile, such an achievement was only possible due to Shifeng's help. Although Stabbing Heart felt slightly ashamed of himself for not being of great help to Shifeng, he had already decided that, once he entered White River City, he would fully support Shifeng. Whoever dared to go against Shifeng would go against him as well. When will you can send someone over to Red Leaf Town to conduct the trade? Shifeng asked. As long as you are free, any time is good. Stabbing Heart answered. Oh, right. I have something I need to ask you. Do you know the current whereabouts of the team from Martial Union led by Unstable Devastation? Shifeng felt that, since he was going to make a trip back to Red Leaf Town, he might as well look for Unstable Devastation to extract his revenge. This, I know. They're currently at the White Sand Ruins. Are you planning on taking revenge on them? I'll call some men over to go with you. They have quite a few of players on their side, so it would be dangerous for you hunt them by yourself. Stabbing Heart was slightly surprised. He did not think that Shifeng would take revenge so quickly. Moreover, he was even going to deal with the elite team led by Unstable Devastation directly. After all, that elite team formed after Unstable Devastation merged the elite teams from 5 different towns. The number of elites in that team even far exceeded that of Stabbing Heart's own elite team, so it would not be easy to deal with them. Thanks, but I wish to deal with my own matters by myself. Let's meet up in front of Red Leaf Town's bank in 20 minutes, Shifeng thanked him. All right. I'll send some men to investigate Martial Union's exact location. At that time, I'll pass on their exact whereabouts to you along with the 4 gold, 50 silver. Stabbing Heart naturally knew of the arrogance of an expert, so he did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, if he were to find trouble with Martial Union without Shifeng's agreement, he might even incur Shifeng's ire. 20 minutes later. Shifeng arrived in front of the bank in Red Leaf Town. Hello, Big Brother Yifeng. I am Coco, from the Assassins' Alliance. Big Brother Stabbing Heart sent me here. Here is the grinding location of Martial Union's elite team. A pure and pleasant-looking female elementalist walked over, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Shifeng. After all, the Shifeng before her was the god-ranked expert of Red Leaf Town that everybody knew about. He was a person that even team leader Stabbing Heart of Red Leaf Town treated with respect. Most importantly, Shifeng was good friends with the snow goddess that she admired greatly. There was absolutely no chance for a normal lifestyle player like herself to come into contact with such a legendary figure. She was only here today to conduct a trade because the other forgers in the guild were too busy, while she was a newly recruited forger in the guild. Only, she did not think that she could meet such a great character. Shifeng glanced at this girl, and his expression immediately froze. Cream Coco, wasn't she that famous master forger of Star Moon Kingdom? As one of the 10 great master forgers in Star Moon Kingdom, Cream Coco was a forging genius who was the closest to becoming a grandmaster forger. Her talent was almost comparable to that of Seliora of White River City. She was both a beauty and a forging genius. Plenty of first-rate guilds had willingly offered her an annual salary of hundreds of millions to recruit her. Unfortunately, she rejected them all, one after another, as she wanted to stay in the third-rate guild, Prayer Temple. Rumor had it that she had done so to repay a debt of gratitude, as Cream Coco was relatively clumsy during her early days, causing her success rate to be abysmally low. Due to her clumsiness, plenty of guilds had refused to accept her. In the end, Prayer Temple was the only guild that had accepted and nurtured her, so she did not wish to leave them. Unfortunately, even with such a genius master forger in their guild, Ouroboros still destroyed Prayer Temple in the end. As a result, Cream Coco chose to join World Dominators, a first-rate guild in direct opposition of Ouroboros, to take revenge on the first-rate guild. However, why was Cream Coco in the Assassins' Alliance right now? Shifeng was slightly confused, as Prayer Temple's main force was not located in White River City, but in the capital city, Star Moon City. It was also the reason why Ouroboros destroyed them. Could it be that, after being ignored by the Assassins' Alliance, she chose to head to Star Moon City to develop herself after she reached a higher level, which then led her to Prayer Temple? Shifeng could only make guesses. If the Assassins' Alliance found out that they had chased away a master forger during their early days in God's domain, they might even kill themselves in regret. Big Brother Yifeng. When Cream Coco discovered that Shifeng stared at her sternly, she couldn't help but panic. Only now did Shifeng regain his senses. His actions could not be considered overreacting, as a top-tier master forger was simply too important to a guild. However, he couldn't just try to recruit Cream Coco to his group. After all, Cream Coco was still a member of the Assassins' Alliance right now. His only option at the moment was to wait for Cream Coco to leave the Assassins' Alliance before trying to recruit her. Oh, it's nothing. Here are the 50 stacks of hard stones. Shifeng immediately traded the 50 stacks of hard stones to Cream Coco. When Cream Coco saw the 50 stacks of hard stones in her trade window, her eyes widened in shock. She did not even dare believe her own eyes. Right now, it was hard to even purchase 1 or 2 hard stones. Yet, Shifeng had easily managed to bring out 50 stacks. It was no wonder why team leader Stabbing Heart was so respectful to Yifeng. As expected, he was a figure that average players like her could only look up to. Soon after the trade completed, Shifeng departed from Red Leaf Town, heading towards the White Sand Ruins. However, he did not add Cream Coco as a friend, as such an action might cause a change to the track of history, causing Cream Coco to instead stay with the Assassins' Alliance. If that happened, he would definitely cry with regret. Hence, he would let history repeat itself without his interference. Now that he knew Martial Union's precise location, he would immediately teach Unstable Devastation the consequences of becoming his enemy. Chapter 192, Wild and Domineering. White Sand Ruins, as a key location for players to reach level 10, the level 9 players from the surrounding towns would naturally come here to level up. Not only did this place possess level 10 monsters, which were a better source of EXP, there were also plenty of quests in this region. Moreover, a majority of them rewarded high amounts of EXP, and some high-level quests even gave out bronze-ranked or above equipment. It was especially true for the newly discovered Stonemer town. It was practically a heaven for players. As long as one's reputation in Stonemer town reached a certain degree, they could purchase level 10 bronze and mysterious iron equipment at extremely low prices. It was impossible to find such treatment in other towns. Thus, White Sand Ruins became the mainstream leveling location for level 9 players. Naturally, guilds like Martial Union would not miss out on such a great location. Ever since Shifeng had killed Unstable Devastation in Red Leaf Town, Unstable Devastation had immediately escaped to this place to level up. After a period of hard work, Unstable Devastation had finally managed to get back to level 9, he was also not far from reaching level 10. Yifeng, just you wait. The day our alliance of guilds enter White River City will be the day of your funeral. Unstable Devastation silently cursed as he killed a level 10 three-tailed scorpion. Although he had exposed Shifeng's secret, and Shifeng provoked and angered the other guilds, there had yet to be a person that could do a thing to Shifeng. Moreover, not only was Shifeng living comfortably, he was even earning a large sum of money right now. This envious situation of Shifeng's had driven Unstable Devastation to near insanity, and he silently questioned why he couldn't enjoy such fortune. Martial Union was originally a guild that had migrated to God's domain from another virtual reality game, so they did not possess the investment of any large corporation. There were only a few wealthy young masters spending money to support the guild. While Martial Union still played that other virtual reality game, these wealthy young masters were considered rich tycoons. They could casually spend up to several 100,000 credits, allowing the Martial Union of those days to take the gaming world by storm easily. Such a situation had allowed these wealthy young masters great pleasure, hence they went on to establish Martial Union in God's domain. They wanted to continue taking the world by storm. As Unstable Devastation was one of the upper echelons of Martial Union, his monthly salary was over 10,000 credits. It was a relatively high salary even within the big city. He was even extremely elated about this matter, often bragging in front of his friends about how he was a God-ranked player. When he treated his friends to a normal restaurant, he would always foot the bill with a casual wave of his hand, appearing domineering and earning the envy of others. However, after Unstable Devastation witnessed the sales of the White River City guidebook, his mind turned into a complete mess. With a rough calculation, Unstable Devastation guessed that Shifeng's earnings in a single day had exceeded 10 million credits. Considering the follow-up earnings, Shifeng's assets might have surpassed even that of the wealthy young masters in Martial Union. If Shifeng took a step further and sold his leveling strategy at a low price, he might truly be able to live his remaining years without worry. Wealth and beauties would be within Shifeng's grasp, his life might become even more comfortable than those young masters. Thinking up to this point, bitterness and envy filled Unstable Devastation's heart. However, the only fortunate thing was that Shifeng had not offered the leveling strategy at a low price. As long as he could snatch it, becoming the first one to sell it on the official forums, he wouldn't need to remain a professional player any longer. He could immediately live a rich life in the real world. Boss Unstable, I discovered a location with an extraordinarily high amount of monsters. The respawn rate is also quite fast. Our leveling efficiency could probably rise by 60% or more there, an assassin said in the team chat. Report the location. We'll head there right away. Unstable Devastation grew excited upon hearing this. Right now, there were simply too many players in the White Sand Ruins, while the number of monsters was far from enough for them to grind. If there were such a valuable location available, they might make it to White River City today. These are the coordinates. That assassin immediately transmitted the coordinates into the team chat. Good. We'll head over there after we get rid of these monsters, Unstable Devastation laughed. His luck had finally arrived. In a moment, Unstable Devastation led his team of elite players to that location. Just like that assassin had reported, this place was extremely secluded. There were plenty of monsters here as well. There were almost more than 50 three-tailed scorpions respawning every interval. To a large elite team like theirs with over 100 players, this place was certainly a worthwhile grinding spot. The only problem was that there were already quite a few players grinding here as well. Boss Unstable, what are we going to do? A shield warrior looked towards the 60 to 70 players grinding ahead, his eyebrows scrunching as he spoke. Duh. Can't you see that they're all independent players? Unstable Devastation said disdainfully, they're merely temporary parties grinding here. How can we let them occupy such a good location? Go, get rid of them. From now on, this place will be Martial Union's grinding spot. Indeed, just as Unstable Devastation said, the players here were all independent players that did not belong to any guilds. They had simply teamed up temporarily to grind. If a normal guild were to see this many players, they would not dare attempt to steal this territory. However, it was a different story for Unstable Devastation and the bunch from Martial Union. Unstable Devastation's team consisted of the elite players of 5 different towns, and even the elite team Stabbing Heart led could not outnumber them. Clear out the place. All those not from Martial Union, leave. Otherwise, deal with the consequences at your own risk. Unstable Devastation glared at the group of independent players with contempt as he yelled his warning. Meanwhile, the 100+ elite players from Martial Union all wore sneers as they surrounded the location. As long as anybody dared resist, they would extinguish them without hesitation. The equipment of independent players had always been of poor quality. Even if these players had reached level 9, their equipment was still far from comparing with Martial Union's. Martial Union even had the advantage of numbers, up to 132 players, while these independent players only numbered around 60 to 70. Not to mention, these independent players were not unified in heart, so they were even less of a challenge to Martial Union. At this moment, the representative sent out by these independent players said, "Brothers from Martial Union, shouldn't we do things properly? It isn't easy for everyone to level up. Why don't we do this? We'll each take half of these monsters. Scram. I'll count to 10. If all of you don't get lost by then, I don't mind letting you stay here forever." Unstable Devastation bellowed. "You guys are too arrogant. We've only managed to discover this place after much difficulty, so what right do you have to chase us away? Listen to me, everyone. Why don't we team up and fight it out against Martial Union? At most, both sides will suffer losses. I don't believe that these players from Martial Union are really so fearless as fight it out with us." Just as one of the parties tried to organize everyone else into a team to go against Martial Union, tens of fireballs blasted on the players of said party, instantly killing them all. This situation had frightened these independent players. However, they did not dare utter a word, only silently glare at Unstable Devastation. "What? Do you have something to say?" Unstable Devastation laughed coldly, waving his hand once again. Suddenly, another dozen spells fell upon them, and several more players glaring at Unstable Devastation perished. "Let's go." Unable to endure the pressure, one of the parties took the lead. Soon after, the several remaining parties looked at each other. They all shook their heads as they departed. As for the 2 parties that died, nobody cared about them any longer. Ha ha ha. They are merely a bunch of trash, yet they dare compete with us, Martial Union. Unstable Devastation watched the departing independent players, jeering. Meanwhile, the other members of Martial Union also started laughing, exhilarated. At this moment, Feng arrived at the White Sand Ruins after running without rest. Martial Union should not be far ahead. Feng compared his current location to the marked location on the map, increasing his pace as he headed onward. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.